Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, Speed Gaming. Welcome to game one of the finals of the Super Metroid A Link to the Past Randomizer 2025 tournament. It is Gammachuu versus mm2nescartridge. It's all come down to these two. I am Craid Gamer on commentary, and joining me is James FNX. James, how you doing?
I'm doing great, and this has been a wild ride. I know we are here with Gammachuu, the number one seed, and MM2 cartridge, the number two seed. But if you look at the bracket coming into this, it's been a wild ride for everyone other than these two. Gammachuu 6-0 in the Swiss, 6-0 in the brackets, has not dropped a game yet. We'll see if MM2 can take one from him. MM2 not a slouch, 5-1 in the Swiss rankings, and has dropped a couple games in the brackets, but has made it here to the finals.
And important to note that MM2's one loss in Swiss is to Gammachuu. So yeah, this is 774 with Pegasus Boot start. It's been the mode for the tournament, and it gives our players the ability to run in a Link to the Past and opens up a few checks in Sphere 1 that wouldn't be possible otherwise. So I am looking forward to this a whole bunch.
Both the runners are just about ready to go.
Yep, 48 players started this tournament, and now it's just these two.
That's a really great turnout for this game. It's definitely more niche space and racing than either of the individual games, either Link to the Past Randomizer or Super Metroid. But getting almost 50 people out in this race, pretty good.
Yeah, you have to be good at 2 games, and that is twice as many as most other tournaments that you would have to play in.
Definitely, and I'm only okay at one of these, so
Yeah, big same. All right, I expect both players are going to go into a Link to the Past. That's where most of the Sphere 1 checks are. If you're going into Brintstar, you're rolling the dice really early.
yeah, believing very hard in Morph Pedestal. Is that a green
Yep.
pendant at Hera and
Ooh.
a
Okay.
crystal at Desert and a boss token at Eastern Palace.
Yeah, so Light World's going to have 2 required dungeons. Maybe Hera's required if something's important is there or at the green pendant turn-in.
Both runners deciding to take these boots over to Saw's closet, getting a little cash, a pack of missiles, but nothing major. And we'll see if we see any sort of divergence we are going to hear. Gamma's going to start at Link's house. MM2 is going to start at Sanctuary.
Gavin's going to go to the castle. At least check Uncle at least, and we'll see if he wants to go further.
Gonna be hard without weapons, but interesting choice here. There is a chance for a couple things. Every Sphere 1 location has a chance to have your progression. But Gamma more willing to isolate the castle than MM2 here in the early going.
All right, something I need to point out right away is that Gamma got a bottle in Link's house plus a bottle at Uncle. So, in case you were thinking about like, oh, maybe MM2 will also come across a bottle to not orphan sick kid, there's already 2 in the front of the game.
Yeah.
Gonna get a lumberjack pledge check.
Yeah, this is a little ambitious, I think. MM2 looking for a little bit extra knowledge over Gamma. We do need a lot of things to put that lumberjack check into logic. And with half as many extra checks in the game, 100 from Super Metroid along with the 216 from Link to the Past, it's It's even less likely that there's something there. So we see X-ray at the
Yeah,
mushroom spot.
I don't mind the lumberjack check, especially with a boot start, because we already have the boots and that's one of the items you need for it. But yeah, you still need the other things for the agate kit, like a sword and a cape or 2 swords plus a lamp.
Yeah. Gamma got a tier 2 tree pull and ended up with bombs. Whereas MM2 did his tree pull and did not get bombs. So did find bombs in Lost Woods, so not going to be a huge disadvantage. There's also a place out here in front of Kakariko where you can farm bombs if you don't actually find any. But Gamma will have a few more bombs than MM2 will, leaving Kakariko.
Yeah, in a boot start, bombs are just something you can get the bonk rock outside of Kakariko to always get them. You don't have to worry about finding money to buy bombs or just finding bombs. You'll always have them. It's just whether or not you have to spend the extra 10 or 15 seconds or so to get the 3.
Yeah, and when you do have that extra surplus, it gives you a couple of more options to try and do after you run out of your Kakariko loop. Mini Moldrum Cave it's much more doable if you have 7 or 8 bombs as opposed to 3 or 4. If you haven't found a weapon by that point.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to try to find a weapon, but bombs will do in a pinch.
Sometimes the game just doesn't provide.
Making players do the work. How
That's right.
rude.
There's a hook shot. That's a weapon ish. It's a good weapon for Mini Moldrum Cave, not so much for like your front of escape.
Yeah, so Mini Moldorm Cave won't be a problem, so I would expect our runners to just go there instead of going to the castle. Especially in Gamma's case, 'cause he already went to Uncle, so...
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting here is Gamma is going to have a check that MM2 is not, and that's the Sick Kid check. Those 2 bottles you said earlier. If something's there that could swing this early race in front and Gamma's favor a little bit, but tons of space to go still. With the money both the runners are found, that mini Moldrum check is looking even better too, as you get to leap it over to Ice Rod Cave and then do a fake flipper and get Zora out of the way really early.
I do want to point out the with a very early hook shot, both of our runners have the ability to get hook speed, and knowing where the stairs are in Kakariko is a huge asset because it's not often you get hook shot this early to take advantage of that. And here's Sick Kid. No, not too much.
No big punishment there. We do see a reserve tank in the library. I will presume Gamma's gonna. It's too early to skip those safety items in Super Metroid, I'm pretty sure. As mm2nes is gonna get that first bottle and feel kind of bad. It's not going to be bad, but it feels bad.
Yeah, it's likely he'll make it back to Kakariko at some point for like Dark World access, but it's gonna be a while, so that's just gonna be a hanging thread.
Absolutely. MM2 tried to clip through that block to make this a one trip for getting both items of the dam. Just fired that hook shot off just a little bit late. So we'll have to pirouette here and get the item.
You mean play normally?
I know, it's the worst. Yeah, both our runners are down here on South Shore. MM2 heading to Mini Moldorm Cave.
I would expect
Controlled a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I would expect both of them to go to Ice Rod Cape and then water walk to Zora, especially with the abundance of money in the early game.
Yes. It's on E-Tank. Do we see power bombs as well? Our first PB pack?
Did not see.
Okay, we'll see it again on our Gamma screen. Definitely saw our first E-Tank. Yep. So our first PBs, still no Morph Ball to use them. Stun prize 5 rupees. That's not going to be worth farming.
Yeah, I don't expect that to be too much of a factor in this game. We're pretty close to all of our rupee needs, almost 9 minutes in.
Yeah, we've already got Zora money. MM2 bought a pack of bombs. That tree pull difference you saw there is 50 rupees behind, a little over 50 rupees behind. No troll heart pieces in Waterfall Cave.
Yeah, I don't even think we even got 3 heart pieces in order for that to even be a fear. All right, so
Am I laying a bomb there?
Yeah.
Is that a fake? Is that a Ancilla setup?
I don't know.
Zora does not have the goods today, though. And MM2 will take these bombs and this hook shot and head into the front of escape.
Most expensive arrow in the game.
That 500 rupees for 1 arrow. What a deal. Truly, this must be the arrow of light.
All right, both runners deciding that front of escape is the move.
Yeah, neither our runners want to commit to an Eastern Palace dip without a bow. Especially a pendant Eastern Palace. I believe that is Herod's the pendant. Eastern is required, but Gamma especially is incredibly allergic to Eastern Palace.
Yeah, I would even say a pendant Eastern would be more of an incentive to go into Eastern, because if it's not required, then maybe you only need to go into there once to get something. But
Right.
if it's required, if you're not completing it in the first go around and it's not a required double dip, that's just time you're giving to your opponent.
Excited for these double bomb strats. Very, very nicely done from Gamma.
And getting down to 1 heart in the process gives him the opportunity to go check Dark Cross if he wants to, and I guess you can move around the dark with the hook shot. That gives you some way of knowing where you're going.
Yeah, it does give you some way of knowing where you're going. It's also a really good weapon against the ropes in the hallway, which is the most dangerous room in Dark Escape. So. Yeah, with a really well done death warp there, getting down to 1 heart like you said in those rooms before, and keeping that green guard around to kill him quickly.
Keeping him around, but also keeping him at bay with a hook shot stun. That's good heads up.
Could do the death warp with a bomb too, but you may want to use a bomb or two here to help locate your position in a couple of these rooms.
Luckily, with the Pegasus boots, if you bonk off the torch on the lower part of the wall there, the bonk puts you at pretty much the exact point where you need to just press up and then just open the chest. So
yeah, we'll see Gamma do that right here.
Yep.
Nothing going in the front of Escape. So we got, what do we have left? We have Eastern Palace, and we have
Agina.
And stand-up checks in Super Metroid.
I'm opting for Eastern, which, I mean, choose between Eastern and Super Metroid. Eastern's probably faster.
Oh, for sure.
Well, MM2 is back over here. What are we doing over here?
Oh, he's getting his sick kid turn in.
This is gonna be feels bad.
Yeah, it is. MM2 feeling even more allergic to Eastern Palace. We'll see if he picks Agina over Eastern here. Nope, it's going to be Eastern Palace play from M2 as well. Agina and that Morph Ball are just going to chill out for a little while. It's probably not the Morph Ball.
That's the called shot. You heard it here first.
Probably not the Morph Ball.
I don't know. We already found 2 items in Eastern, so third one comes up, it's just going to be a save and quit, and it's going to go to Agina.
There's our Morph.
Yeah, and that's our third item too, so no need to do any darkroom traversal. And that's just a save and quit. And a reset to Super Metroid. Did they get more than one powerbomb pack? I guess we'll see in a second.
I think it's just the one. I think we're on 25 supers already. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, that is a front-loaded supers for sure, but the 5 powerbombs is a little sketch.
Yeah, it is going to really limit where Gamma can go.
That's a heads-up refill because the game doesn't give you anything in the reserve tank. You actually have to put energy into it, and I guess Gamma wants that extra 100 ready to go. Because there's only 5 power bombs, going to Gauntlet is not a option really, unless there's power bombs there. But oh yeah, we skip that for sure.
Yeah, probably gonna see Gamma head over to Pink Bryn from here. Having to use a power bomb here to get out of bomb trees instead of doing Alcatraz. A little unfortunate. Going to cut in that bomb count.
Yeah, and not to take anything away from Gammachuu, but this is something MM2 is just going to do.
Yeah.
Like, Gamma's main game for sure is A Link to the Past, and MM2's is Super Metroid by far. So
yes. Nothing important at the end of Gauntlet. So Gamma could just go get the one item and backtrack once he gets the second pack. Speed Booster early is pretty interesting. Like if I as a Z3 skilled player saw that early, I'd be a little concerned. maybe a little bit less concerned. It does put these checks that will... Well, Gamma definitely knows how to do mock ball and stuff, but it puts all this stuff into logic.
Not that any of these runners would really need the incentive to do it, they would just do it anyway, and if
Right.
there's something back here, you would just make a mental note that, hey, stuff is locked behind speed.
Would you like another pack of super missiles?
We already have Ridley ammo. This is amazing.
We did also find the Ether Medallion, which may be useful later. Once we find a sword, it's a pretty good an early bow. That's really good. So there's your Eastern Palace. But that early Ether, once we find a sword, is a really good tool for clearing out rooms on low percent equipment in Link to the Past. May also be required to get into either Misery Mire or Turtle Rock.
It's not often you get to use Ether to actually clear out enemies, but it is good to know that it's just part of the kit and you can use it if you need to.
Early Spacer, a little beam upgrade. We're not in a position where we're going to be using beams to do a lot yet, so we'll clear out enemies a little bit faster, but... Did get a second super pack here in Pink Bryn. Gamma not quite getting the mock ball there. He's going to have to climb back up. This is how I end up doing things when I play SMZ3. I am... my bare paws cannot do mock ball whatsoever.
Yeah, it's tricky because you have to hit the floor and like do your quarter turn all at the same time, and if you mess it up, you will not keep your speed and you'll end up falling down.
E-tanks can be a welcome pickup.
So,
and since we have 1,000 supers, this room is free. You have supers, Gamma. Why are you firing regular missiles at these guys?
You gotta keep them. I conserve those supers for. I'm not sure, but you gotta keep them.
Are you one of those people that when you play an RPG, you got 50 potions in your inventory and you just never use any of them?
Yeah, you gotta save those mega elixirs for the final boss, and then once you're on the final boss, now you can't use those mega elixirs. You might need them for something.
There's a Moon Pearl, nice and easy, nice and free. Poor Spore Spawn trying to guard it. Will never be seen.
Alright, so now we just need at least 2 other items. We're gonna look for either 2 gloves or 1 glove and a hammer. Then that'll give us Dark World.
Or 2 swords or
two
swords and a lamp or a sword. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We got options. We got lots of options. The world is our oyster. But we're gonna be in Super Metroid for a while. That's how this seed is just kind of shaping up.
Yeah, the trick is, are we gonna see the Link to the Past Dark World things, or are we gonna see like suits? Because that's really gonna tell us where we're gonna stay.
Exactly. As someone who is a casual Super Metroid player, when I do these, this room coming up, I hate so much. I hate Waterway without suits.
Yeah, it's so like the charge up is fine because there's actually just exactly enough room to get it without having to do a short charge, but having to do the horizontal spark, like it is a very specific timing of key inputs, and it is very easy to bork that up.
Yeah. Yeah, that little stutter step charge. Not really a short charge, but it gives you enough room to store that shine spark before falling off. But yeah, that horizontal shine spark is not great for me.
It's so weird because I always mess it up here at Waterway if I don't have gravity suit, but if I do the same spark at landing site to get to Gauntlet, I get it no problem. So I have no idea what the what the mental block is there for me.
Would you like another super missile pack? Because we've got 35 now.
Oh heck, let's do it.
Both the runners making their way over to Craid's lair. Down Red Tower. No real reason to put off Craid here.
Yeah, we're still missing 2 pendants, but it is unlikely that they're in Super Metroid, but it is still a chance.
It's still a chance. I feel like it's just way more incentivized to clear out bosses no matter what their prize is in Super Metroid, just because you don't want to spend a ton of time getting back to them. Also, you're really close here at Craid to get to the mountain. Might see Gamma pop out and take a look at Uncle before heading back in.
Right, so
Or not Uncle, but Old Man Rescue.
yeah. So I do want to point out here, MM2 is farming just before X-Ray because he is going to do X-Ray on this loadout, and not in logic by any means, but as someone who specializes in Super Metroid, he can absolutely do this on this loadout.
Yeah, this is going to be MM2's big point of advantage here is the tricks that he can do in Super Metroid. The Gamma, quite a good runner at Super Metroid, as I've seen throughout this tournament, but does not have like the core base of skills that the runners that come from the Super Metroid side of things do. And that's a grapple beam at X-Ray. That is a nice pickup.
So is that gravity suit. And that's actually going to be super relevant because that grapple beam puts Shack Tool in logic. So,
oh boy.
Yeah, so now that's a big old question mark that we get to live with for a little bit. So the thing is, MM2 is going to know that that's not in logic until something comes up that puts it in logic. Like, grapple beam would do it by itself.
It's got to be space at this point, right? Or
in normal it has to be space. Like there's nothing else that does it.
IBJ is not considered for normal.
I don't think so. I'd have to do a quick look at the logic page, but I think it's only grapple or space that does it.
So yeah, so M2 is going to know spaces somewhere that isn't Shack Tool.
Yes.
But with that gravity and that grapple beam, and we've got speed already, and we've got a ton of super missiles. We don't have a ton of power bombs yet. You're gonna have to farm up somewhere, but Meridia is very much in play now.
Yes. Our runners are not going to have a problem with power bombs right now because Craid's lair has this room with B-toms that is just a power bomb farm. So this is an easy refill if they want it. Now, interestingly enough, MM2 can do Super Metroid and complete all of it without suits, assuming he gets enough energy tanks and movement items. So seeing a easy suit is probably just like an ugh moment for him because he knows that Gamma can now just do Meridia.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the get to flute here at high jump. That's a nice pickup. That'll be a nice quick way to get back into Upper Norfair. And once we got mitts, it's a nice quick way into Lower Norfair as well.
So I was about to make the comment that, oh, the flute gives us our mountain access. No, we just have our mountain access because
Yeah.
this is SMZ3 and we can get to the lower and we can get to Norfair.
Yeah. And Gammachuu is gonna pop out right now and take a look at. We got a hook shot, so we got a bunch of checks up here. Honestly, with that flute, I think Gamut's just gonna skip Old Man Rescue right now. Do it later. Get you the good stuff over on the east side of the mountain.
Yeah, much easier with, like, let's say, a sword, but it's not impossible without, but if we can easily get back to the mountain, then sure.
It's not even that. It's just it routes out better when you're coming out from the Norfair portal. And you don't want to drop down and go rescue the old man when you got a flute and you can just turn the flute in and flute to 1 for 1 check. M2's going to pick up that flute. Ice beam for Gamma.
Ice is nice.
Yeah, that is a much better beam upgrade than Spacer. Book for our literacy fans. And our second medallion in Bombos.
So that bomb jump is not as easy when you don't have a sword since you can't line up on the pixel.
You can still line up. It's still super free. That pit specifically kind of lines you up on its own.
Gotcha. All right, so I should correct that to say I can't, but our runners can.
Yes. Yeah, that pit is one that's super nice. You can just hold your sword out or just hold your hand out if you don't have a sword, and as long as you haven't picked up an item and screwed up your altitude value, the pit just kind of lines you up to where you need to be to when that bomb goes off.
Oh, but MM2 is going to rescue the old man on this spot here.
Interesting choice. Just trying to get everything done here before going over the east side of Death Mountain. I guess the one thing is if Hammer is specifically on Old Man, then you get to do Hera while you're up here, but Hera's a pendant, and I don't really think either runners want to hop into Hera right now.
Yeah, I wonder what MM2 is kind of hoping for here. If this is just like maybe just clear out the things while you're here.
Yeah, this may just be a comfort difference in the two games when we've got one runner who is much more comfortable in Super Metroid and one runner who is much more comfortable in Link to the Past. Not that either of these guys are any slouch in the game; they're not specialists in, but
sure.
there is a comfort difference for sure.
Yeah, I mean, MM2 does have experience with glitched modes in Link to the Past Randomizer, so not inexperienced by any means.
No, definitely not. But when we're talking Link to the Past, Gammachuu, winner of the 2024 main tournament for the Randomizer, also won the Cross Keys tournament last year.
Accolades, as they say.
Tons of them.
Just call him the bird for no reason.
Sometimes you just need to let the bird know what's up. Yeah, I'm going to take this book and immediately head over to Desert, where silver arrows are waiting.
It's a nice bonus. Oh, MM2 gonna do it. It's gonna do it.
This is just a nice little swag hover. Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Gamma not going into desert, not grabbing those supers yet, or the silvers yet. Gonna head back into Super Metroid. I presume Gamma just wanted to check and see if there was something nice and convenient and early for him that he might have missed at Agina, or if like Varia is sitting on desert ledge, you just go ahead and grab it before you get back into Super Metroid.
Right, so Gamma did reset back to the ship, which tells me this is like, well, criteria stuff like this, for instance, but also wreck ship is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, totally reasonable here. Like, there's just tons of reasonable things to do in Super Metroid with the loadout right now. Everything other than hell dives at this point. I need a bit more health before doing any more Shine Sparks.
Or just movement in general, just things in wreck ship can still
Yeah, depending on how good Gamma's Phantoon is, that can be a fight that takes a bunch of resources away from you, and the damage output in some of those rooms after the ship is turned on is no joke.
Hey, look, it's more supers.
Yeah, we may not have to find a charge beam today.
Yeah, we're still a little off from Mother Brain ammo.
Yeah.
But we still have a lot of checks to go, so we'll see how it plays out.
Gamma showing off some of his knowledge of Super Metroid with that gravity jump to get out of the moat. Get over here to the wreck ship. And Gamma might pass up on these hurt containers. You know, he's not going to pass up on any of these energy tanks. Not a chance. Not for a while, at least.
Especially since a death in Super Metroid is way more punishing than a death in A Link to the Past. So MM2 is going to check the first item in Gauntlet, which Gamma did not check out. So if this is anything important, then that'll be huge.
Yeah, 10 power bombs, plenty of ammo to go get this item and traverse back.
Did you notice if MM2 scouted the two items in the back?
Considering you just reset, yes.
I would say so, yeah. This is interesting. MM2 is going down to Retro Brain and I guess Old Mother Brain as well.
Yeah, we've got power bombs. This could be like a
and shaft supers as well.
Shaft supers as well, yes. We got speed boosters. That's in play. Hard to say where he's gonna go from here. Like, you've got fairly full loadout. Nice shield. No thanks. Could take this into Meridia. That's Fantoon down for Gammachuu. Fantoon is required, has our Craid token. And that's Samaria. That is gonna probably be required.
Likely required, yeah.
Likely required. Doesn't do a ton right now, but is required to beat Misery Mire, is required to beat Turtle Rock, and our runners are gonna be very happy to see that when they get to Ice and Swamp.
Right, and the pending question is, of course, when does Gamma route that in?
I could see him doing that after Wreck Ship. I doubt he's gonna cut over to Meridia from Wreck Ship area. Much more likely for him to head back to Criteria.
Ooh, Fire Rod.
Nice Fire Rod. That is a fair bit more interesting here in the early game than that Samaria. Is a requirement for 2 dungeons as well.
Yeah, my thing though is that, like, the thing that Gammachuu after Wreck Ship is probably going to go down to Red Tower in order to get to Meridia, and that just you're not going towards Retro Bryn in that point.
Yeah, no,
unless you're going to it, which, like, that's a decision you can make. But if your intention was to go to Meridia, you're isolating Retro Bryn.
That's very true. Whereas MM2 is definitely going to come to Wreck Ship at some point. We'll get that Fire Rod. That Samaria could be a problem item. Plasma.
Just make that spacer obsolete.
Yeah, just don't need that one anymore. MM2 going to come up Red Tower to head to Wreck Ship from here, probably. We'll get some of the... I think there's like 2 more checks in this area.
This attic is super easy with the abundance of super missiles that Ganon has.
Yeah, it's nice and clear to click out. Nice and quick to clear out. Words are hard. Nice mirror.
Robots may be a little slow, though, because only 15 missiles means you can't spam them. You're not going to have enough for the room. Which means you can't damage boost off the electric sparks to get the key go, and just means you have to do this room normally, which as speedrunners don't like.
Yeah. We don't like doing things the intended route. That's a hammer in Wreck Ship. So Wreck Ship, 2 required items. 1 required item for sure. This Fire Rod is probably required, but we don't know for sure as of yet.
Yeah. Some runners can make the decision to skip the attic, though, so we'll see if MM2 does that. But I would expect MM2 to full clear.
Yeah, I don't think in a race where you feel like you are disadvantaged at one portion of the game, you're gonna want to skip out too much on checks where in the area where you are advantaged. Because you know Gamma is gonna check that area 100%. M2 making his way to wreck ship. We'll pick up that fire rod and hammer eventually. Gamma's going bowling.
So at this point, we're just missing a glove for Dark World access.
That is correct.
And something I realize, Gamma is going to have to drain the reserve tank in order to actually do a Shine Spark here, because if he does a Shine Spark, he's just going to stop in his tracks.
Did he scout the speed item, or did you just drop in here for bowling?
You typically don't scout the item if you have Speed Booster because you could just get it. But yeah, drain the reserve and do that.
Oh, that's a consolation prize, an expensive one. M2 and Fantoon. Gamma had a decent Fantoon, but I would suspect that MM2, as long as Fantoon cooperates with some not slows, but so far 0 for 1.
Yeah, Gamma did have a phase where Fantoon did disappear, but otherwise it was a decent fight.
Yeah, clean fight from M2. Pick up that boss token. And yeah, Gamma's going to head into Red Tower. We're kind of overtaking each other's footsteps, and Gamma's going to leave that retro Bryn area a little isolated at this point.
Yeah, we'll see when Gamma can come back to that, because I would assume Kanasumari would be required unless the last two pendants happen to fall exactly on Meyer and TR, which is unlikely but not impossible. And then even then, you'd also have to deal with, well, what if the Ganon's Tower big key is on the right side, in which case Kanasumari is required. But not worth thinking about that until we know what our crystals are. All right, there's our mirror for Gammachuu. And I would assume that this is going to be down to Meridia for Gamma after spending a few seconds in the Bile Plume.
Sometimes you got to give them a taste. Let them know what they're missing.
True. Oh, this is Retro Bryn. Huh, alright, so Gamma is not going to leave behind the Kanasumari. That's neat.
Very fortunate for Gammachuu.
Because, you know, there's an amount of runners that would just say, alright, well, this area is dead to me, and just continue. But especially with all of Meridia accessible. But Gamma is going to be rewarded.
This jump stinks. This jump stinks a whole bunch.
You do have to wall jump off the very top of that cylinder in order for that to in order to be able to jump off that. But you know what, this works too.
Yeah, there we go. So we got both our runners kind of backing in each other's footsteps right now. I want to give a moment to give a shout out to our tracker, Pichu's. She's doing all three of these. I don't know how she's doing it. Lots of caffeine, lots of just nothing to do today. Just the real MVP of this broadcast.
That is 9 hours you have to carve out for this, so that's major major props to P2.
Absolutely. M2 does not skip the attic, does get that hammer. I just don't really anticipate a lot of corner cutting from either of these runners in this race. Gamma, from what I've seen of him in Swiss and in brackets, has been a lot more thorough at A Link to the Past than he would be in just a strict Link to the Past randomizer race.
Nice
I think
bowling spark from MM2.
Yeah, nicely done. I think it goes to the point where if you know you're better at a game than your opponent, you just don't want to give them an advantage by putting off a check that you would normally skip because it's slow, that you know they're going to do, because you can pick up that time anyways in execution.
Yeah, like the only like real option to skip is like skipping entire areas. Like, for instance, if Meridia was a pendant, like, yeah, there's a lot of things in there, but maybe you just don't go into it at all.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, who wants to go in the sand pits? That's.
So I like what Gamma tried to do. He tried to do the spark and then miss the left directional input and just sparked up, which is the default behavior. But does pick up his Cane Samaria, so you'll be thankful for that.
Definitely, yeah. We are back to even pieces other than this grapple beam that MM2 got out of logic at X-Ray.
Right, so the only thing that would matter for is logically Shack Tool, but if we find a Variasuit somewhere along the way and we don't find Space Jump or High Jump Boots, then Gamma will have a hard time getting to like the Norfair reserve checks, which is 3 items. MM2 would be able to get that regardless, but Gamma would definitely, I'm not gonna say definitely, but unless he learned Hypo Jump without me knowing, might have a hard time getting there.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's going to be advantageous, not necessarily for MM2 having it, but for Gamma not having it, is if the Dragon fight's required, Gamma may end up having to do, if we don't find, we guess we got Plasma, so we can just microwave it. So if Gamma does no microwave, it's not going to be a big deal, but if it doesn't, he's going to have to take a much more, if we don't find charge, he's going to have to take a much more as intended route for beating Dragon. Whereas MM2, if we don't find that charge beam, he can just fry it.
Yes, so that'll depend on whether or not charge pops up at some point. I mean, the ammo kill is not terrible either because of how many supers we have, but it is noticeably slower than just using Grapple Beam. So speaking of out of logic, what MM2 is doing right now is out of logic for normal, but it is pretty much a, like, if you know how to do it, then you just check these 2 things and then you're just out of your way, because these 2 checks in normal are super isolated if you get Varia but not Speed Booster. So it's just like, it's 2 free checks if you have enough E-Tanks for it.
Yeah. And MM2 with a ton of health is going to be able to do a bit more here in Norfair than Gamma might decide to. We'll see what Gamma chooses to do, but...
Well, the big thing is, does MM2 continue in Norfair, or does he just go up to Meridia because you have Gravity Suit and that's where the logic's telling you to go?
Yeah, we'll see what decision he makes. Gammachuu is going to head into Meridia. Looks like MM2 is as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Big reward, big giant reward.
did all that work to avoid the shield at Shaft Supers and just gets it from Meridia anyway. And also, I do want to point out that that short charge at the bottom there is a stutter 3, and that is not an easy thing to do. So that just tells you like the skills that Gamma has developed in Super Metroid in the relatively short time in terms of like how often he's like and how much experience he has in A Link to the Past. And hey, there's charge.
There's charge beams, so it doesn't matter anymore what we talked about with Dragon. Yeah, that's that short charge is not one in my arsenal. There's so much tech in Super Metroid that does not bode well for a 45-year-old with bare paws for hands.
Yes. Yeah, there is an easier short charge in Main Street that's just a 2-tap, but it's on like the 1 level up. So it takes like a couple of more seconds to get to that, but if you can get the stutter 3 faster on the lower level, then you save a little bit of time.
Shovel, we're not going to pass that up.
Right,
a check of opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. And our runners already have the mirror, so like that's just when you get your Dark World, just route that in, so they're not going to spend too much time going out of the way for it.
Yeah. Would you like $40 Hyrulean dollars?
Apparently not. You can sort of see the movement advantage that MM2 has because he has caught up and has now passed over Gammachuu, especially with the moonfall in the room before before this one. Just being able to do that is just clips into the time that it takes.
Yeah, and you can do some saves here, and we'll go through some sand pits, but yeah, we'll see it in the other direction as we get into rooms and Link to the Past. That M2 no slouch, but Gamma one of the best in terms of executing in movement and boss fights there. There's a glove. We're not resetting back to the save point just yet.
See, that's rough though, because if we're not resetting here, that means we're probably leaving the left behind.
Yeah.
And Gamma is going to reset this, so he may scout the left and then choose to take the right sandpit on the way out.
Yeah, that actually makes a decent amount of sense. Nice Shine Spark by MM.
Yep, Shine Spark through the sand hall, and it's gonna have to choosing to go out the other way instead of doing the green gate glitch to save a little bit of time. But if you don't get the gate glitch right away, then it does not save you time.
Nothing in the left. Yeah, nothing in the left pit to concern.
This is an interesting choice by MM2. He is choosing to forego Meridia at this point and is going to Dark World.
Yeah, he's gonna get knowledge of what needs to be done. Get in the Dark World, do a map check there. Do the stuff that he can. We've got a bow, we got a hammer, so that's needed. That's a Palace of Darkness. We've got Thieves Town. We've got Skull Woods. Got a mirror where Flipper's away from Swamp.
out, picks up the power glove on the next opportunity. Does he loop back around for Dragon, or does he also go into Dark World? All right.
We have a swamp as what our last pendant. It looks like chat pointing out the Dragon was a pendant as well. So
Okay, that makes sense then.
yeah. So we're not going to need to get into swamp. We can do 3 required dungeons with what we got. Thieves Town, Skull Woods, Palace of Darkness. So M2 is going to take this opportunity and I like this. If he has to go back and do something in Meridia, he can get to it faster than the game is going to. Finding that Dark World access immediately and knowing the Dragon is something you don't have to do. It's just get into the other game and get stuff we know we have to get done here.
Yeah, if it comes to the point where Bot Wound E-Tank or Precious Missiles becomes something they want to do, they can just water walk to the portal and just check it from there. Like, it's relatively easy to do. Never mind, there's flippers.
Or we just have flippers on Pyramid Ledge.
Sure. Now, Pendant Swamp is just a thing.
We got tons of better options than that right now, thankfully. But for interested chatters, we've got a Tower of Hera that's in Logic. We've got a Swamp Palace that's in Logic. Dragon is high jump boots or space jump away from being in Logic.
Yes.
Everyone's favorite check is very close to being more than just a pipe dream.
So interesting, MM2 deciding to go from the Dark World portal to Hype Cave, Pyramid Catfish, and then come back left to get King's Tomb and Graveyard Ledge. Usually don't see this route, but
yeah, what I'm thinking is we've got the flute, we've got mirror, we've got everything we need for a very, very full clear of the Dark World, other than Mitts. As M2 is actually going to double back and head over to Catfish. This is something no one would ever do in a strictly Link to the Past rando, unless you're just memeing or a sicko. But I've seen so many runners and head over to Catfish intentionally and get these checks done. I get this one check done because it's just so out of the way, and there's 10 more things it could be that could be required.
yeah, normally I'll see like the Skull Woods into Bumper Ledge, into Graveyard Ledge, into King's Tomb, into Catfish. Like, you just shoot across the top, right?
Yeah.
Usually don't see it going the other way.
Yeah, what I thought MM2 was going to do is just say goodbye forever to Catfish and take this route and head over and do your Skull Woods, do your Thieves Town. And what that would allow him, if he had perhaps found Mitts in that path, is to do your smith chain checks, your smith, your hammer pegs, and then since you got flute and mirror, you grab your purple chest, you flute over, you turn it in, and then you figure out what you're doing from there. And it's a pretty clean route, other than it leaves Catfish out in no man's land, which screw that guy. But it's a route that kind of gambles that you're just going to find Mitts on the way, but if you do, it works out really well. But M2 is going to follow Gammachuu into Palace of Darkness.
key in the first 2 chests means we're gonna check the vanilla big key chest.
Yeah, without a sword, this is going to be kind of a spicy Helmosaur fight. We have a bow, so we can get through phase 2 with just arrows. Gamma did not pick up those silvers earlier, so we'll take 8 arrows and not 1. But we don't have access without a sword to putting ourselves into spin speed state and extending that hammer hitbox out to make the fight a little bit easier.
Did we find the big key yet?
I don't believe so.
All right, so have to go to the back. That wasn't it. That was it.
All right.
Good hover by MM2, saving some time.
Yeah, MM2 showing off those hover skills. Gamma noted non-hover. Clearly, you don't need to hover to win tournaments, but it does look cool.
And isn't that what it's all about?
It is. It really is. One more check before Gamma heads to the boss. MM2 right behind. The only thing we found here of note is a mushroom.
Which cannot have the lamp.
It cannot have a lamp. There is no torches only logic in SMZ3 like there is in the main Link to the Past randomizer. M2 is missing one item. From these 2 checks.
I think this is an item, but it's nothing important.
Yeah. Yeah, because he hovered over to the right side. He didn't do the big key chest or stop post basement. So still had one item in those 2, or one non-small key check in those 2 locations based on what he had found so far.
Did MM2 do the back?
Yeah, he did the back. He did he hammer jumped to get to the back stuff. So he could just mirror out from the top chest in Dark Maze instead of walking all the way around. But he did the back. He's done everything.
Gotcha. Dan was counting the hammer hits.
Not only was he counting the hammer hits, he was timing that last hammer hit to make sure that Helmosaur wasn't in the phase where he's moving back and forth. So he could absolutely get 3 or 4 arrow shots in as soon as he broke the shell. And that's our last medallion, so we're not going to be hunting for entrances for Misery Mire or Turtle Rock today. But really heads up in that fight from Gamma, making sure that he waited to crack the shell and get into phase 2 at a time where he could put in a bunch of quick hits with the bow.
And also to note that not only was he counting hammer hits, but he was also taking into account the bombs that he threw earlier. So that was just good game knowledge of knowing like exactly how much the helmet takes before it breaks.
Yeah. Absolutely. His MM2 is in the fight as well. Little less patience. Gonna have to deal with this movement phase and try and get as many shots as he can in. Does get a little bit of benefit there, having Helmasaur not throw fireballs in that phase like he normally does, and has a pretty quick fight of his own. So 2 really clean fights from both runners.
Yeah, we're over an hour in, and the route has been nearly identical from start to current. I'm not gonna say start to finish, but start to where we are right now.
Yeah, MM2 is up a couple of checks. The only piece of value or potential value that he's got over Gamma right now is that grappling beam. But what we've seen is that MM2's execution is a little bit better in Super Metroid, and most of this seed has been played in Super Metroid up to this point. So has picked up the time to have those few extra checks ahead. I'm already almost all the way through Eastern Palace. A couple more rooms left before Almost Nights. One extra arrow from Gamma, a little a rare slip up. Fight's gonna be a little slower than usual, but still very well done.
It happens, right?
Yeah, it's so easy to just accidentally fire the 6th arrow.
So this is Skull Woods at this point, right?
Yeah, we're gonna do Skull Woods. We're gonna do it back to front, kill the boss, find our 2 items, and then take a look at what's at Bumper Ledge, and then head into Village of Outcasts. There is a possibility that Gamma takes the time here to do Graveyard Ledge, King's Tomb after Skull Woods. Actually, Gamma's going to head into Thieves Town first. Oh, we don't have a sword. We can't actually beat Skull Woods yet. That's what's going on.
Yeah, you can get to the front, but you can't actually get to
Can't actually get to Moth's room. Nice slam.
All right, Pods and Logic, let's go. Gamma's going to go straight in without checking C-shaped house.
Yeah, it's fine. Like the only thing that can make this dungeon any quicker is a sword. There's 4 of them. Cape would make it a tiny bit quicker, but not significantly so.
Let's acknowledge the divergence right now because MM2 has decided that desert is the play.
Yeah, this is that book was fairly early. It was on the mountain. I've had it for probably 30 minutes or so. And I'm sure both runners were hoping to find mitts and just get in here from the Misery Mire area. But there's no rule that says there isn't progression here that's blocking that potential path.
Yep, this is just an option to take, and MM2 decided to go this route. So we'll see. We'll see if anything good comes of this.
Absolutely. I want to welcome in Raiders from Wannabing's channel. Welcome in. Welcome to game one of a triple header here in the finals of the SMZ3 tournament. The number one seed on the left-hand side, Gammachuu, taking on the number two seed on the right-hand side, mm2nescartridge. As looks like we found Wave here in Desert for MM2, the full beam loadout. This is game one of a best of three set. All three games are going to be played today, back to back to back, because these two people, I don't know. I don't know how you do that. I ain't got that in me.
9 hours of gaming.
I don't have that in me anymore.
Yeah. Gotta take a nap halfway through. At least I do, anyway.
Call me washed if you want. I'm gonna just get the bottle of Calgon and...
Oh, that's right. MM2 did see that there were silvers here, so that might have influenced things a little bit, because, you know, maybe make the game a little bit easier going forward.
MM2 didn't finish Eastern Palace while he was over there? Interesting. That feels like a mistake. If that's what actually is the case. I know the...
No, he had to have. I saw him go in the back.
Yeah, he did. Okay, so it's just tracker eating inputs, probably. Software doing software things.
Yep.
Really seen anything of a huge note here in Thieves Town.
Silver's making quick work of Landmo.
Yeah, and it's our second crystal. Unless Craid was a crystal. Third crystal. We've got 11 dungeons we gotta beat. We've taken out 5 of them so far on MM2's side. Gamma's about to finish his 5th.
Alright, this is gonna be mushroom turning. We do have to point out that this is a swordless blind fight.
Yeah, really well done from Gamma. It's not necessarily... it's just a scarier fight without a sword, for sure. But it is not one that's impossible to do. And if you're well-skilled like Gamma is and well-practiced, there are setups for that, just like the regular fight.
And Gamma being a good player and remembering he did not do C-shaped house before going into Thieves, so good to clean that up.
Yeah. That's the sort of route where you're hoping there's a glove in Thieves Town, and you can combine that in with the Smith turn-in and things like that as well. But does remember that it's still sitting out there before heading into Thieves Town and picks it up.
So MM2 also opting not to go into Skullwoods without a sword, thinking that Skullwoods is not going to have a sword. Watch it have 2.
Game also going to remember the shovel.
Good routing.
Yeah, with the way this is lining up, I know you've got a dungeon you have to beat in desert, as opposed to having swamp on the table. But you're right here. First game is going to take a look at Bombo's tablet, see what's on it. Can't pick it up yet. Don't have the swords for it.
So this probably tells us it's either going to be turned back around for swamp or continue forward into desert.
Some kind of flying bomb. Nope. That's just missiles, right? Yeah.
That is in fact missiles.
Can we get hints in all of these games that just tell you what the thing is instead of having to answer me these riddles 3?
What, you don't want to decipher things as you're playing a game and trying to do other things?
I've seen actual like tournament races affected by the fact that there's these hints in English that are just nonsense that runners didn't have fully memorized and skipped out on progression on, and no thanks.
Yeah, I don't have it on hand right now, but I can tell you that the pedestal hint for space jump is remarkably close in language to the hint for the flute.
That's not good.
Yeah. I'm going to try to bring up the exact text right now, but I have been thrown off by that once, and I wasn't happy with that.
Runners kind of doubling back in each other's footsteps again. What do we got left after this? We got Furnace Skull Woods, we've got Swamp Palace, we've got Tower of Hera. The half of Meridia no one wants to do. Under the Bridge is one that P2 reminded us has not been checked yet. Both the runners did a fake flipper earlier and passed up on that in order to pay off Zora.
Right, so the space jump hint is I believe I can fly, which if you don't know that that's specifically space jump, you can think that's for the flute.
Yeah, I mean, on the pedestal, that's not so bad, because if it's the flutes there, you're going to have to get it. Well, not necessarily an SMZ3, because you can get into Misery Mire area without the flute, but you're probably going to want to get it either way. But having that on like a tablet that is terrible to get back to, not a great hint.
Yep. Here lies space jump, for instance. Just easy.
Right. Our game is going to go under the bridge. And then there'll be a mushroom turn in. Maybe. Okay, I'm hovering that mushroom for a little while. Neither of our runners appearing to be fake powder enjoyers.
It's a little bit tough to get down to 0 magic when you've already picked up half magic.
It is a little bit difficult. We do have a fire rod to drain it somewhat, but does take a bit of time. All right, this will be a mushroom turn in for Gamma, and M2 cleaning up the rest of the South Dark World checks. We'll get K45 and Dig Spot and Stumpy, and then we're back to pretty much parity again, other than Gamma has not done Graveyard Ledge King Sum Catfish.
So it's got to be Hera then, right? Like,
oh, we got a Hera, we got a Swamp, we've got Front of Skull Woods. There's a few things out there still.
And the back half of Meridia, so Bot Uni tanking Precious Missiles.
Oh, yeah, game also has Backup Escape he hasn't done, which MM2 did a fair bit ago. I don't remember anything being here of note. But yeah, there's back half of Meridia no one wants to go to. This looks like it's going to be... So MM2 side has already done Desert, so this is going to be... Check your tablet and then head to Swamp, looks like.
I'd assume so.
And Gam is also going to head to Swamp. This is the most dense location left. 6 checks. If you're committing to this as a pendant play, you're willing to do left side here no matter what.
Yeah, I can't imagine you make the decision to do Pendant Swamp and then also decide to skip left side unless something huge comes up in the first 2.
Right. Yeah, if there's a Varia sitting in behind the cracked wall, then maybe you think about leaving. But Varia Mitts are probably the only 2 items here that would get someone to turn around.
Or maybe you just stay in Swamp for the requisite sword that you know is going to come up here, right? Because there's always a sword in Swamp.
Oh. Why is that there?
Why indeed?
I kind of love that there was a tournament with a mode devoted to all of the bad Swamp memes and Ice Palace memes.
Like fire source behind fire source.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Fire locked fire, either sword or mitts in Swamp. Both runners are going to wait on the left side decision. Going to do the dungeon and then come back if needed, if they choose to, I guess.
Yeah, in an open mode, I like to wait until I see the big key. So if you don't see the hey, look at that.
Wow, wow.
We keep saying how like, oh, there's a sword in Swamp. Guess what? There's a sword in Swamp. Of course there is.
Of course there is. You put 100 more checks in the game and you still get the memes.
Yeah, so like if you got the big key in the front and then all of a sudden now you have to make a decision because if, you know, you're going to open up the big chest, of course, but then you have to just...
Oh! 2 swords in Swamp. Amazing.
This is incredible. Thank you, video game. All right, so
this fight coming up against Argus has turned from menu land to just very reasonable.
Yeah, now you can just do this fight normally, and if you get the big key, then you get to come back into Swamp and do the big chest plus left side.
Yeah, we've already found the map and the compass. There's at least 2 items locked in here still.
Although, even if nothing comes out of here, at least we have a sword, so now we can just go to Skullwoods.
Yeah, that does make Skullwoods fully beatable. Even that though, like, and we do have just the 2 items. Like Skull is just 2 items on its own. I think it's probably worth staying here and clearing out swamp.
Right, that's now we get to have discussions about like risk averse versus
Yeah,
yeah.
and I think in like I was saying earlier, if you're feeling more proficient in one game than the other, you're going to be much more risk averse in that game because your opponent has more reasons to skip things there, and you get a chance to have an advantage by finding something that they may have skipped because they feel like they need to cut a corner to make up some time in that game. So both these runners are going to head back in, and that this is just as dense as Skullwoods is. You do have to beat Skullwoods; it is a requirement, but the items here are about as fast as going through Skullwoods. So in terms of checks per hour, it's about the same.
And also there is value in going directly back into Swamp because having to go back into the light world and
oh yeah,
reach the
having to
floodgate again,
Yes.
it's time. So like it's not
Yeah.
just get back here, it's also do that.
Yeah, your choices are do it now or this is your last location. So that's it. Like you're heading back to Meridia before you come back into Swamp at that point.
And if that option is on the table, you're probably already losing.
Yes. There's Avaria, so game is gonna be very happy to come back in here. Not gonna have to deal with any hell runs.
All right, well, that's a pretty good Swamp Palace, I'd say.
Yeah. 2 swords and Avaria, we'll take that any day. So what do you do here if you're these 2 runners? You've got Skullwoods you can beat, but you also have the entirety of Super Metroid at your fingertips, other than GT Space Jump Lock Check.
If I'm Gammachuu specifically, I'm going to Skullwoods first, because we don't have a worse room in the game item. So we don't have bombs, we don't have high jump boots, we don't have space jump. So I would want to put off Norfair as long as I could before making that decision. Heck, we don't even have spring balls, so like that's not even an option either.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You also get to peek at Pedestal on the way out of Skullwoods and see if maybe Dragon's required. Although at this point you're looking at... What are we looking at? Mitts is about the only thing that can be there. Ice Rod. It looks like M2 is also going to head to Skullwoods from here. Have either of our runners... Nice screw attack. Have either of our runners taken a peek at Bumper Ledge yet?
I don't think so, because MM2 came from the other side. So
yeah, M2 did. Yeah, M2 did Graveyard Ledge and King's Tomb, and then didn't continue on. Kept doubled back over and did Catfish.
Yeah, so I would expect both of our runners to take a peek at it. Granted, no one has the keep yet, but we would need to see if we need to come back for it.
Yeah, the bumper ledge was a plot point in one of Gamma's wins earlier in brackets. Did end up with mirror there, and Cape was in sand pits, and that ended up being the turning point of that game. But not going to be likely that is as dramatic a turning point as it is here. But we still have mitts, and we still have ice rod to find. And like you said, for Gamma, he still needs probably one more item of some subset to feel comfortable getting into Ridley and out of Lower Norfair.
Yeah, also, if we don't find mitts, then we would have to do a lava dive, and not in logic, but we would still need items to do that. Like, doing it without high jump boots is... you have to know how to do that.
Right. Gamma out of Mothula is about the time MM2 is going to be into Mothula. We will get a pedestal check here. Let's see if Dragon will remain undisturbed. We will. That's just super missiles. And now it's time to put this Vari into use as Gamma's going to head to Norfair.
All right, so this is probably just going to be just a browse of Upper Norfair and maybe Croc if we're lucky.
I always like a good Croc visit. I'm very pleased by the mini bosses in Super Metroid, and sad that we never actually get to see Spore Spawn ever in anything.
You'd pretty much have to run specifically the categories that say you have to beat the mini bosses.
Right.
Yeah, and we are, well, ironically, we're at Mother Brain ammo, but we've already found a charge, so... whoops. Yeah, we do get a map check, and Ridley is a crystal, which we knew Ridley was going to be required, we just didn't know. I mean, we could have probably figured it out, but it's good to have.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to do math. That's...
yeah, math is for people who do math.
That's Monday through Friday stuff. That's not Saturday, Sunday stuff.
Oh, and all of that discussion I mentioned before about checking Norfair Reserve, completely irrelevant. We have Ice Beam.
Yeah. And speaking of ice, that's a nice rod. So, mitts, maybe?
It's go mode.
That ice rod might be enough for MM2. Oh, we do need to get an Ice Palace. That's true. We do need Ice Palace and Turtle Rock, so we do need mitts. But, yeah, mitts go mode is quite the interesting one here. If you're Gamma, you can't be a fan of that. Like, you would much prefer having to explore Link to the Past to find Go mode for Super Metroid than vice versa, if you're the Link to the Past preferred player.
Yeah, if it's Super Metroid, then it's just follow the path until you get it. But if it's A Link to the Past, it's pick the right area. Okay, there's Space Jump. All right, that gives Gamma an opportunity to get to Lower Norfair.
Yep. Hate to say it, baby seed at this point, right?
At an hour 38, sure, baby seeds, you got it.
M2's probably like, I could have had that space jump an hour ago.
All right, Shack Tools and Logic. Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Did Gamma check like single chamber and wave beam in that?
No, he did not.
All right, that's. I like the skip because if you're doing lower Norfair, it's just going to drop you off there anyway. So
yeah, come back to it later.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, MM2 has a equally valid line of thought, which is you check it on the way to lower Norfair through Remembered Highway.
I'm going to take this space jump and commit to a visit to everyone's favorite sausage product. The old gold chorizo.
Ah, yes.
Oh, those space jumps from M2 are so fast. He's so good at movement.
Gamma's not going to be too pressed about missing the heart piece.
No.
And Gammachuu finding the exact spot where you can just crouch down, aim up. Gold Chorizo does not hit you, but you hit him, and it's just all good from there.
Yeah. Actually free.
Right, Gamma's going to head to the mire area and probably just clear mire while we're here.
Yeah, we've got Samaria, we've got all of the medallions. Yeah, we're just in Mitsuko mode at this point.
And this is SMZ3, so it is very possible that the mitts could be in mire. Which, of course, cannot happen in the normal Link to the Past randomizer because you need the mitts to get here.
Yep. What do you do if you find an early big key here in Misery Mire? Are you
straight to the back?
Are you coming back in? Are you?
So, like, here's the thing. What's left?
What's left is Tower of Hera, Meridia, the rest of Lower Norfair.
Yeah, I'm a. All right, so here's the thing that, like, as you described it, I'm like thinking about is that if the answer is here, we would have to come back here, and if we don't have the mitts, that means we have to go through Norfair to get back here. So it's super punishing if you leave it behind. So to me, it's just in this spot, I would probably full clear.
That's reasonable. I think Game is going to lean towards full clearing. As we are here in this decision.
It's a Godmire.
MM2 is just gonna hover over, I'm pretty sure. So Gamma will actually have I'm not even gonna bother with he's gonna do spec chest before he goes up there. We'll have one more chest of knowledge. Oh, Gamma's not even gonna. Gamma's just gonna do the full clear. I actually like this. If you're gonna full clear, then just do the full clear.
Yeah.
Maybe
Again,
skip.
this-
Maybe skip cutscene.
Yeah, it's for sure. Comes back to the whole risk averse thing, etc. So there's one item. And Gamma might just decide one item's enough. Well, at least not for cutscene anyway.
Yeah. One item is probably enough to skip cutscene forever. Firebar trying to interfere with this clip, but Gamma does get it done. MM2 is not going to check the rest of this dungeon right now. It's just going to head straight to the back.
Mm-hmm.
There's our second item.
So no punish for the skip.
No punish for the skips. We'll see if MM2 decides to come back. This would be a spot where if you're MM2 and you're like, I need to shave a few seconds off here and Link to the Past, because I think I can beat Gamma in execution in Super Metroid. This might be the place where you decide it's just not in Mire.
Yep, this is your skip and you're committing to it.
Yeah. We got Vitreous, we got Silver Arrows. Vitreous is not particularly scary.
You're still on green mail though, so you really don't want to run into any of those eyeballs.
That is true. That is 4 hearts of damage. Alright, decision time for MM2. We are coming back in.
Alright. It's a fair decision, and given the information, I would also full clear.
Yeah. That's neat. Gamma lost spooky action, but used that magical boomerang to hit the switch in that last room. That was kind of cool.
I can have it explained to me like 50 million times. I will never understand the mechanics of spooky action.
Yeah, it's really weird. It looks really cool. It makes you look. It looks even cooler than hovering, honestly. But
And it saves seconds.
and it does save a bunch of time. All right, back to Lower Norfolk for Gamma.
Yeah,
Nice.
Pillar Spark.
Nice spark from Gamma. Yeah, you can really tell as we've gone on through the Swiss stages and through the brackets how much time Gamma has put into the Super Metroid side of things.
Oh, for sure. Like, please keep in mind that Super Metroid is not an easy game mechanically. There's a lot going on.
And as I say this, Gamma is having some times with a space jump, but MM2 also didn't hit Pillar Spark, so a little bit here, a little bit there. Like, it's just such a high ceiling game in terms of execution.
And also keep in mind that our players are going through an area of the game that expects you to have high jump boots at this point. So,
Yeah.
Adapt to that.
No shame here. Just missiles.
Alright, so the question on my mind is that if mitts are not here or on the escape to Lower Norfair, does anybody check Croc? I feel like the answer is yes, because if you're not doing it now, when do you do it?
Exactly. Yeah. Like you've already both runners have decided Meridia stinks. And we would like to never do that if possible. So I think you're just kind of committed to checking Croc area on the way out. All right. Ridley with full beam. It's not a don't blink kind of fight, but it is quite a fast one.
I was gonna opt for supers though, which is just as fine. There's so many supers. It's
60, 60 for Gamma, 70 for MM2.
Like in terms of the fight itself, having supers is better in terms of DPS, and if you have the moonwalk on, it also just changes the mechanics of the fight. So supers just make it easier.
Yeah. Sure, there's some map rando players who are looking at the ammo loadout here and quite envious.
This is true, but they get to make up for it because in map rando, Mother Brain takes double damage to super, so you don't need 60 like we do here. You just need the same 30 that you would need for Ridley.
I've been catching some of the map rando tournament that's going on as well, kind of alongside the SMZ3, and it's absurd what some of those runners can do in this game, in Super Metroid. It is absolutely just mind-boggling.
Yeah, I've made the comparison before that Super Metroid map rando is analogous to A Link to the Past Randomizer cross keys, where it tests a whole bunch of things you would not normally get in like in a vanilla map randomizer, and it's just a different set of skills as well. So like
I actually think it's even more impressive than cross keys versus non-entrance mode in Link to the Past, because not only are you not only do you have to like figure out rooms and strategies on the fly, you're also doing it from such a low percent standpoint most of the time in these seeds. I mean, there's just a decent amount of reduction in what you get in map rando versus what you get here in SMZ3.
Yeah, for sure. The mechanics of movement, especially from like non-water rooms to water rooms, is like something you would have to know. Like it's be like, oh, you can do that, and then it's like, oh wow, you can do that. But anyway, mitts are not here, so do we go to Croc?
I can't imagine we're not going to Croc. Question is, Gamma's going to check wave on the way out. I think that was kind of a gamble on Gamma's part. If mitts are just in lower north in the in Ridley's area, then I just don't ever have to do this. I can save some time. Didn't work out. And
this is Croc.
Yep, MM2 heading straight to Crocomire. funny when I was doing my casual playthrough of Super Metroid a while ago. I don't even think I figured out the intended way of going to Croc. I just figured out how to do Green Gate Glitch because it's so much faster.
Sure. I assume you did eventually figure out what the intended.
Yeah. But it's just so much faster to come in from the back door.
Yeah, the way the game intends you to do it is so roundabout because you have to go to Upper Norfair to get your speed booster, and then in high jump, I guess, and then you have to take you have to get your first power bombs at at Red Tower, and then you have to come back down here to get to Croc. Like that's what the game wants you to do. So I missed it. Did MM2 get a spike suit, or was he just like trying to get it and didn't get? Oh, yes, he did.
He got it. Yeah, there we go. Nice.
Granted, there was really no utility in the spike suit since he just used it to get here, but sure. Like, there's really nowhere in the game where a spike suit would really come in handy here.
Now we're just going to leave those missiles on the floor.
Yep, we don't need those.
Leave those arrows on the floor, that arrow capacity upgrade.
Who keeps leaving these things on the floor? Who's not cleaning up here?
Sine wave on the way out.
Yep, this is a standard route.
I wouldn't have been surprised to see him do a Gamma the way Gamma's doing here, checking sign on the wave down when you're go -1.
Yeah, on the
off chance
just you get it, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's just preference at that point. All right, so not Crocomire. Not a real good way back to Meridia, to the backside of Meridia from here. You're probably just going to head to Link to the Past and go to the back area from Shopping Mall Portal.
Yeah, if you decided to do that. Otherwise, it's.
What else do we have at this point? We have Hera.
Yeah, Hera and Ether Tablet.
Well, that looks like where MM2 is heading right now.
It's 3 checks and it's close, so.
Yep.
Seems like a good idea.
Spike Cave here as well on the way out.
Even more of an incentive. LeMayo, it's bombs.
Great. Just what we wanted 2 hours into the seed. I think this is Gamma's first look at... God, I hate this room. I hate it so much.
Right. Well, remember that thing you said before about being a fake powder enjoyer?
Oh, we get to be a real powder enjoyer now. That's good.
Yes.
This route does make sense for Gamma. He hasn't done Ice Beam yet either, so...
Alright, so the big key is vanilla in Hera, so we are not getting the big chest right now. And we're missing one item, so it's going to be defeat Moldorm and see where that last item is.
Yeah, and almost certainly coming back in if it is just the map on Moldorm.
Yeah, you have to. You're not leaving anything behind at this
No,
point.
no. Gamma's gonna follow in the footsteps. Except no, it's gonna leave the mountain and it's going to head.
All right. Well, that was the second item on Moldorm and a green pendant. So
All right.
we are not coming back in, but we are going to go do Spike Cave and then probably turn that green pendant in right away.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we're just gonna turn the green pendant in and then come back to Spike. Spike Cave is not that far. You can just flute back to one. It's not a big deal.
Sure, but it's faster just to drop down right from there than it is to climb back up to it. That's just a little thing for me.
Yeah, Gamma. This is going to do the catfish Graveyard Ledge King's Tomb stuff. Or no, just the Graveyard Ledge King's Tomb stuff. Does not look like it was green pendant.
All right, this is powder turn in.
Yep.
Is this it? It is.
Oh, fake powder enjoyers. Let yourselves be known in chat.
That is a Go Motor MM2 at about 2 hours.
Yeah, and can go mode Ice Palace, can go mode Turtle Rock.
Now, if you are MM2, how scared are you that that was there? Because if now you're thinking like, oh, did we have fake powder? Like, what was like at that point you're concerned, right?
I mean, Gamma is known to not do fake powder. So maybe you're not super concerned. I mean, the hair has been available for over an hour, so you're concerned in that front. Is Gamma's going to head to Meridia, and that should seal the deal at this point.
Yeah, it's not a bad choice. It's just not the correct choice.
No, this is a totally reasonable choice on Gamma's side. It's just not going to pay out. From MM2's side, you're like, I could have had that an hour ago, legitimately. I could have had that an hour ago, illegitimately, because I had Samaria and Hammer and Mushroom and chose to just turn the Mushroom in. So maybe you're a little concerned, but I wouldn't be like wildly concerned. And both these runners know each other's tendencies. They've so many games they've played in this tournament. You can go back and watch the VODs for most of them, and also you have a book on your opponent at this point when you're in the finals of a tournament. So I don't think M2 is super concerned. I think if he's more concerned about than anything, it's that actually he's probably feeling good that most of the game has been played in Super Metroid. Honest. The big locking piece was something that blocks a couple dungeons in Link to the Past. I think M2's probably feeling okay.
True.
Who wants some microwave shrimp? Gamma does.
Oh, that's rough.
Oh, cape that we haven't scouted bumper ledge for. That's adorable.
Yeah, so now Gammachuu is gonna clean up the rest of Meridia, which is at this point Plasma. Can't do Shack Tool
Yeah.
unless he wants to ice clip, but I doubt he wants to do that because it's
Yeah, there's no way Gamma's gonna invest time in that out of logic check for a check that in logic takes over a minute.
yeah.
Um you might see him try and do the one ice clip in lower Norfair if that was relevant, which it wasn't in this seed, but you're not going to spend 3 minutes trying to crack into a check that you know your opponent's not going to want to do anyways, and also takes forever, even when it's in logic.
All right, so what does Gamma do after this, though? Because after Plasma, you're going to
Probably X-ray on the way out.
yeah, that puts you in that direction.
Yep,
There's
and
really
then
nothing else.
then it's Hera. I think that at that point he's going back into Link to the Past. But I think he'll finish. He's here obviously to check Plasma, and then he'll check X-ray on the way out to Link to the Past.
Yeah, he'll check X-ray, see grapple, and be like, "Oh no, is a Shack Tool."
So MM2 into Turtle Rock. We're just looking for a big key and all of the small keys that we need to get through this dungeon. Hoping the big key's not in vanilla location so we can skip a check or two along the way. Maybe we can find another sword. That'd be really nice. Oh, and Gamma's not even going to bother with X-ray. It's going to head straight out to Link to the Past here. Makes sense. Going to head up to Hera after this, almost certainly, and we'll get that powder to get those mitts. But is looking like it's going to be too much of a lead to overcome right now. We still have to finish both these games out, though. Oh, yeah, Gamma did get that cape. Is going to go check. Going to go check Bumper Ledge. Didn't take a look at that earlier.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially since you have to push the progression that the game gives you. So
Yeah.
you just hope that's the answer, but we know it's not.
Yeah, at this point, what Gamma has chosen to do and has chosen not to do, like he's got 100% put his faith in this being the answer. Unfortunately, we know that it's not, but this is absolutely the way you need to go about routing this in this position when you've kind of put your chips into a deep pendant dive like Dragon was here. Just 3 bombs, though. Could have been amusing if that was a sword. I don't think it was enough to really make up the difference here, but not being anything of value is just going to put Gamma in a further hole.
I wasn't keeping track of where the big key was for Turtle Rock, but I assume it was vanilla because otherwise MM2 wouldn't be going to the outside.
No, it was not vanilla. He did steal the Poke Key. He's just making sure he doesn't get one in the 3% loadout here. Also, taking the time for the extra check probably to hunt for a sword.
Oh, true.
A good morph bomb location, like you said.
All right, so Gamma is going to be probably about 11 to 12 minutes behind.
Yeah. Yeah, powder's not going to be enough for him to leave. And there's still the possibility that Gamma also does spike cable eyes up here.
Does get the hook speed arrow pot in the first try, though.
You get a sense that MM2 doesn't feel that far ahead if he is skipping Laser Bridge entirely here. Would be a decent place to look for a sword, but you also have all of GT.
Yeah, like, I feel like against an opponent the caliber of Gammachuu, you really have to take every second you can.
Yeah. MM2 using some behind the back strats with hammer and rods. Using the half magic to get a bunch of fire rod shots in on the ice head. As Gamma finishes off Tower of Hera. And MM2 gets done with Trinex. Gamma will do spike cable eyes here.
That is our final crystal on MM2's side. So just a hop, skip, and a jump away from Ganon's tower. MM2
Nice job.
Yeah.
Nice job rushing over through those Lionels using that hammer to get some space.
Yeah, usually you would want to like hook shot to give yourself iframes, but getting right up to the Lionel and hit it with a hammer is also a way to go, if not a little bit riskier.
That's kind of the luxury of having 14 hearts. We are still on green mail, so we would take a bunch of damage if the Lionel so chose, but nice spring ball. Good location. All right, Gamma's gonna get powder turn in here. We'll get those mitts at about, like you said, about 12 minutes behind MM2. MM2 doesn't know the lore here. You just want to use ether in this room. It's pretty sweet. Got that ether like 2 hours ago, and it would clear the crap out of that room.
Yes, it is of the medallions. It is the one that the fastest animation, and it's a full. I was about to say a full board clear, but this is not a trading card game. It's a full room clear.
It also doesn't. If you use bombos in there, you also end up with like the fire burning animation on the enemies, and just takes a lot longer.
And we're not on fast ROM, so that matters.
Yeah. Also, don't worry, give Wizards of the Coast time and we'll be in a trading card game soon.
Oh boy.
Gamma trying to cut whatever leg he can in that room down by killing some enemies. Definitely the switch between slow ROM and fast ROM. Between base Link to the Past and SMZ3. Makes you approach this room a little bit differently.
Still haven't found a big key yet against Tower, though.
Nope, running out of checks. We've got 4 here, 4 or 5 and behind the right side between Tile Room and Compass Room.
Getting bullied.
Oh, the lag from the silver arrows. It's painful. It's not over here.
Right. So, DM strat was the right one.
How many small keys have we found? Have we only found 3?
Maybe.
I believe each side is key neutral, so big key, small key in Compass Room, still a possibility.
Tried to dash kick the Samaria block, but
yeah, that room goes sideways very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It is a tile room. It is, in fact, a tile room.
All right, we are any 22 guessers in chat?
I thought I saw 21. You all get a copy of the SMZ3 home game, which is just download a ROM and have fun.
Our tracker Pichu with the late 22 guess. She's
fantastic. Enjoy your copy of the SMZ3 home game.
So this is the interesting choice. Gamma is opting to go Mother Brain first.
I do not know enough about the process. Maybe.
So
typically runners choose to do Ganon first, right?
Yes. So it's typically Ganon first because you're going through the tower, so you may get junk items that may help you. But at this point, we have full beam combo. We have all the ammo we need. So there's no real advantage. Like, there's nothing in the tower that Gamma could want to make this easier besides, I guess, make high jump boots. This will have the marginal effect of not having the timer on the screen, which reduces lag, but it's a few seconds at most.
It also ends the escape effect and all of the screen shuttering and stuff, like a couple screens earlier, is that right?
So the difference with the escape in Turian is that once you exit Turian and get to criteria, especially the shaft, you will the room is going to be a little bit different with what's normally acid that shoots up is going to be lava instead. and I don't remember if there are enemies on the screen in that room or not, but then once you get to the parlor, at that point we're back to the planet in the normal quote unquote awakened state, and not in the escape sequence.
Yeah, so you do save a little bit of time there. You're not dealing with as much lag, and also like chat. So Crescent's point out in chat, you do get to just leave Super Metroid through the parlor instead of going all the way to the ship.
All right, that is a time save as well, and Gamma choosing not to even try to go for baby skip, is instead just going to do the cutscene normally and take the refill. I did step away for a little bit. Did Gamma eventually get the... Wait, yeah, he had to have gotten the mitts. He's done Ice Palace.
Yeah, he beat Ice Palace. He got all that stuff.
Gotcha. All right, so this is also a routing decision as well, because you would normally do like Todoroki into Gan's Tower into Mother Brain, but here you just, instead of going there first, you're doing Mother Brain first, which is, you know, it's fine. Oh, very good.
Nice step skip.
Yeah, so that is not as easy as you'd think, because Gamma left Screw Attack on.
Oh yeah, you could accidentally kill the...
So it's not so much accidentally killing it, it's that using Ice Zeb Skip requires you to abuse the iframes to clip into the Zeb, and then the game lets you go back out. But when you spin with Screw Attack, it kills your iframes. So normally if you were to do that, you'd have to take it off, but if you did, like, I assume he had to do a down back in order for him to clip in enough to get through the Zebs.
Yeah. And full beam combo, Mother Brain is quite responsive to that.
Gammachuu damaging down just enough to get to 4 tanks, which allows him to stand up. And we're going to do stand-up glitch. That's an Aga 2 down for MM2.
Yep, he'll be dropping into the Ganon fight shortly. Just about the time Gamma... Well, this cutscene takes forever, so just about the time Gamma will be watching a Metroid die, potentially.
Right, so Gamma is now shooting a charged plasma wave ice beam into Mother Brain during the cutscene, which does count against her hit point count for the third phase of the fight.
There's one point that this can soft lock. You said be just stop shooting at one specific point.
Yeah, you have to not be shooting at the moment the game gives you Hyper Beam. So just make sure you're not firing something at that moment.
Gamma shut the gun off, and there goes Mother Brain.
Yeah, that was as good of a stand-up glitch as you're gonna get. That was only just a few Hyper Beam shots to finish the fight.
Yeah. Right. Like you said, no timer here in the escape sequence. We just got to get to the parlor. Meanwhile, MM2 into phase 2 of this Ganon fight. No potion backup, so it's going to be a little bit conservative to use a bunch of magic using these Samaria blocks. But through phase 2 finally. Yeah, I think MM2 does have a fairy, but no potion backup, so Magic is kind of the limiter here. Even though we have half magic, we can see MM2 is under half a bar at this point. If he's got blues, then we're oh yeah, he's got blues. Okay, we're golden. Then just gotta get these spins in, line up some silver arrow shots. That's gonna be 2, so 3 now, and this will be the last one. So we're gonna get G's at about the same point for both our runners here. If you got G's in chat for Gammachuu getting through the escape, G's in chat for MM2 getting through Ganon. So MM2 just has a Torian left, but Gamma has a Turtle Rock and a GT still.
Yeah, so MM2 is about 10 minutes out, while Gammachuu is about 15, I would say.
Maybe like 7.5, 15.
Yeah, so I was thinking 5 for TR and then 10 for the Ganon's Tower, but I also forgot the Ganon fight itself, which Gamma is also on Master Sword Silver, so
yeah,
that is also an amount of minutes.
Yeah, and it's an exceptionally long GT given that randomization has decided our runners are going to have a bad time and put the big key in tile room.
I mean, unless Gamma just big brains it and just goes to tile room first, but that would never going to happen.
M2 into Torian, Gammachuu into Turtle Rock. And I don't want to write anything off yet, but I fully expect that if we get to the point where M2 finishes, Gamma is just going to stop what he's doing and get set up for game 2. So I would not expect both runners to be finishing this game out unless it ends up being much closer than it looks right now.
Yeah, especially in a multi-game set, you definitely want to save your energy for the next games.
Yeah, and this is a triple header. Game 2 will be right here after the conclusion of game 1, and some time for our runners to clear their minds, get some water, get a little snack. And Viddy will be bringing commentary along with Leslie Pro. I believe I saw Viddy sign up. Double check. No, Leslie's in here for game 2. I see Leslie for sure. I don't know if we have a second commentator for that game. But that'll be right here once both runners have gotten recovered from this one. And like we said, either Pichu on the tracker all day, because geez.
So MM2 did attempt the ice ebb skip with the down back and just didn't work out, but instead does the backup on the second Zeb, which is called the Spring Ball Zeb skip, even though Spring Ball is not typically used there, but required anyway.
And then game 3, if necessary, will also be right here. Approximate start time, and that's going to be around, let's say 7:30 Eastern at this point. Maybe a little bit later, somewhere between 7:30 and 8. Jazzy and Aussie schedule on the call for that one if we get to that point. No stand-up glitch for MM2. Oh no, we do have stand-up glitch. We did it. Okay, yeah. So,
Yep.
all right. So, gonna be a very quick mother brain fight here. Phase 3.
So the game forces Samus to kneel down at specific points in the cutscene. So as long as you are not on the ground during those specific frames, then you can continue with the stand-up glitch.
I say this a lot about Link to the Past, and I mean it for a game that this old to be able to handle all of the things that modders and creators have done to it to get randomizer and all the various modes that have been built into it. But very well programmed game to have that glitch.
Yes.
But in all reality, I mean, to be able to do the things that we've done to Link to the Past, to Super Metroid, and to both of them in one ROM, actually well programmed games.
Yes, for sure. Alright, here's the escape for MM2.
3 minutes, the ship must be forever away.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. Like, I can't imagine the route that our runners have to take here. Although I will point out that we did never find high jump boots, so this room is a little bit more awkward. Having the inability to jump as high as you should.
Yeah. Gamma gonna be in GT about the time MM2 gets out of escape. Get those GGs ready in chat as mm2nescartridge picks up the win here in game 1 of this best of 3 series. Picks up the first win all tournament against Gammachuu. Throughout the entirety of Swiss, throughout the brackets, Gammachuu drops his first game. That is a win for MM2.
And as expected, Gammachuu does throw in the forfeit for game 1.
Yeah, we've got 9 hours of gaming, like you said. It's we can take a break here. All right, we're not going to get any interviews with the players because they're going to take a break, get some water, walk around a bit, and get ready for game number 2. So
All right. Welcome back for game 2 of the SMZ3 2025 finals between Gammachuu and MM2. Hi again, everybody. I'm Leslie Pro. I am joined by Pichu on comms. We've got Jestro doing the tracking. How we doing?
Alright. I had fun tracking game 1. It was a good seed to watch. Now, I will be looking if Gamma will take his revenge on this seed. Like it was the first loss from Gammachuu in the tournament. Before that, he was undefeated. So I've heard. So yeah.
OMS, you say that like it's a bad thing, man. Anyway, we're off.
I think both runners will do the same opening as game 1. So like they're both going to rush Zaha, and then Gamma will anchor out and MM2 will go from Sank. I don't think they will change that. Not for game 2.
Nice and quick into the portal, into A Link to the Past, and a quick dive, and that is just a heart. Piece of heart, that is. Oh, we've got... I saw Red Crystal Eastern, Crystal Hera. I didn't see Desert.
A Green Pendant Desert. Like, Desert is a Green Pendant today. Yeah. So they both waiting to Zaha for a quick 3 items.
So to answer chat, yes, the boot start is a part of the tournament settings, so our runners will be starting each seed with the boots, which is great for fast movement.
It makes things go faster as well. At least for me.
Well, they make things go...
Well,
they definitely make things go faster in Link to the Past, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
So the logic is NMG. So you're not expected to know how to do any of the glitches, but I can tell you these runners definitely know their way around with the minor glitches that are allowed. Ooh,
nice
20
people.
bucks in the tree pull. Love to see it.
Yeah, we already have bottle vendor money, like, and also bomb money as well. Like, so it's not worried for MM2. And we have nothing on Lumberjack.
Yep, the Rocket to take a call at the Lumberjack tree. But he says it's not. He says he knows you, and it's nothing. It's nothing.
It's vanilla. It's a piece of art. It's vanilla. I'm surprised.
MM2 not interested in those missiles. And we get one of our 2 orbs, the Moon Pearl. No hunt for Moon Pearl, which means we could have a hunt for a Morph Ball.
Or for an ice rod, maybe. Maybe it's going to be an ice rod hunt.
Nice use of the Bonk Rocks by the Fortune Teller to pick up a bomb. So nice, make it twice.
So what do we have in blindside today? So far, not much. Some bombs that, you know...
Yeah, that's nice. Now, the way SMZ3 works, or anybody who hasn't seen SMZ3, is that you're guaranteed to have at least 1 power bomb pack in the opening sphere. We've definitely seen more than that in this seed.
And also 1 supers, I think. I think there's at least 1 of those 2 in Sphere 0 or 1.
Going down the well, nothing much yet, just money, more bombs, which, I mean, there was a bomb pack in Link's house this seed, so that's nice to see. Oh, there's our Morph Ball. We're definitely going to be seeing some early Super Metroid.
Yeah, for sure. Like you have like 10 PBs, maybe 15. I don't know if there was another one as well. You have some missiles, so like you can do a bunch in SM. Like I'm Green Star, most likely.
But now with early morph comes a question. Will our runners route SM the same that they did in game 1? Or will they change it up?
Change it up. I think it'll go to Brian kind of early. Like the only thing that will isolate it is how does it call? Waterway? The one that needs speed?
Yeah, if Speed Booster doesn't show up, we will not see Waterway early. Although MM is gonna top off on bombs.
Yeah. I mean, they might do some damn minimal Metroid cave before, just in case they find something better. Like for SM or Zelda.
Ace of Heart, not interested. Opting to check the game race by, yeah, 20 rupees, that's definitely a save and quit.
Yep.
Wonder if MM regrets buying those bombs now that that bomb pack showed up in Link's house.
I don't think he does. Because like 10 bomb packs, like it lets you kill too many more bombs. But like I don't know how many bombs he had beforehand.
I mean, 8 versus 10 is pretty minuscule, really.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I didn't remember how much he had when he bought bomb out of the
wow. Shop. And then the game just says, oh, here, have some more bombs. Just to rub a bit of salt in it.
Well, now I definitely will regret buying bombs with like those 6 bombs like being free. And also because they don't have like early money.
Good situational use of the bush bug to get more health because those crabs would have finished them off.
I think it's the first time I see someone using the bush crab to refill their hearts. Which is pretty smart, to be honest. It was like in what it go from crabs, as you said.
The mini Moldorms are trying to audition for the role of Moldorm on MM's side. Last bomb has to hit.
And if there's no bombs here, then you don't do Icewood Cave.
Yeah, this has to have a bomb pack or else he's not going to be able to do it. Gets a lamp, though, so I guess some value there. That puts Dark Cross into logic.
Dark Cross, yeah, Eastern, but has big key chest as well. Maybe back cave. Maybe where the smoky is.
If this is progression, then Gamma could get a big advantage early.
Yep. Oh, they have 20 bomb packs. Like per bomb packs. That's a lot for early game. Like we're not even 10 minutes in, they have 20 power bombs.
Magic Cape, ooh, that could be trouble later down the road, but we will see. Get a water walk executed by Gamma. Let's see what this yields.
He might do Waterfall Fury into Turbo with that water walk. He doesn't have Zora money. He might peek Zora Ledge, but I don't think he will, like knowing Gamma.
₹50 and missiles, I think he's gonna have a look. Meanwhile, with all that going on, MM2 is going to get the double check right now. gets a shovel and 50 rupees.
I will grab the money.
Yeah, me had a bit of a movement hiccup there, but it's fine.
Like it wouldn't be that bad if he like fell through because it's only like 50 rupee, but like you want it at the beginning. Like it's fun money.
And now MM gets bombs when he was out. Wow, Gabe just throwing the insult at him. Chat does have a good point. Is that cape going to be needed? When will MM go back for it? Jury's out, and we are seeing a CWJ from Gamma. This is not easy, folks. Almost had it. Yeah, I know that sprite would make that hard. Was that a mirror under the crumble bridge?
It was a mirror under the bridge. Like M2 will grab that on the way out of here.
Old man, rather Gamma's gonna fade that. Oh, delayed wall jump? Yeah, got my stuff mixed up. Alright.
I don't know the names of this trick, so...
Gamma checking Bomb Chorizo. I would have taken that, because half magic can be a very nice thing to have.
I'll grab it too, but the super count is kind of like meh. But like you will get like more supers on your way out. Like when Bomb Chorizo will be dead.
Now, I noticed this in Game 2, that Gamma did not go after the Alcatraz escape. Does he not know how to do that?
I have no idea if he knows how to do that. He might not be... he might not have practiced it in a while, maybe. Or he just completely doesn't know about it.
Chat pointing out that Gamma doesn't do Alcatraz. I mean, it can be difficult, but... of all the things you can learn in Super Metroid, and actually in both these games, it's not that bad. Oh, he's just not consistent at it. You know, I get that. I get that. Yeah, because that's a shovel that Gamma could have had if the delayed wall jumps had worked out, but no dice, so keep it moving. Oh, there is a book. That'll allow access into desert. It's clearable, but we'd probably like some sort of weapon to be able to clear it before even trying it.
It is not clearable, we don't have a glove. You need a glove to go to Lemo.
Yeah, you need a glove and you need a weapon.
We have Burna, but Burna was in Gauntlet, which is not in Logic with this equipment.
One super and gets in. Oh, that's gutsy.
We'll need to get 2 more supers to get out of here. And a 3rd one for later on.
Yep, so 3 are needed, and that's just... that's $20. Not worth it.
Nope. Oh yeah, you also need some for this trick, for the wave glitch.
Yeah, wave gate glitch without high jump, not that easy to do, and you need an audio cue to confirm if you got it. MM gets it first try. Piece of heart, no thanks.
But I want that piece of heart. I want it. Yeah, so Gamma's making his way to Pink Green Star. Well, I mean, to just get out of Pink Green Star. They're both going to isolate Waterway because both of them don't have speed.
Yeah, without speed booster, there's really no point in going in that direction. But I do see that wow, very nice movement to get up to Retro Bryn without high jump. Ooh, as tight as that movement is, it's even tighter now because MM's got to be a little careful.
A little bit. But I'm not worried.
A nice spore spawn skip from Gamma. Both runners getting that in one shot.
We won that space jump.
Oh, MM cannot be happy about killing the enemies that could have made that easier, because that could have in turn made doing this part a little easier.
Yep. Well, like, he's going to grab a space jump on his way out of Billy Maze. That's for sure.
Billy Mays giving him arrows and bombs, just a Zelda 3 refill room.
I find it kind of funny that in game 1, they have a lot of supers earlier and like no power bombs. And now in game 2, like, it's the other way around. They have no supers, but they have tons of power bombs.
And chat pointing out that logically you would need a combination of one of the following: high jump, bombs, or ice beam to be able to get this. Or even speed booster.
Yeah, I was going to say speed doesn't put it in logic.
I'd be surprised if speed doesn't put it in logic, to be honest. And that D-boost means MM now has can fly. As far as I'm concerned, can fly counts. In logic, out of logic, doesn't matter. Now, these pirates have a tendency of dropping health when you're not at full health, so MM able to get a good amount of health. Oh, we have a sword. Based off what we know, an Aga play could be needed to get into Dark World, but we'll see.
It goes to Dark World, they don't have much, like, they have Fair Trade, they have, like, Pod, unless it's Bolok. That's all
right now, that's a ways off, because we still have checks to go through.
And it's Aga, like, it's kind of slow, to be honest.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, Castle Tower on Fighter Sword is slow. I will agree with that. Having run MMG for both A Link to the Past and Super Metroid in the past, yeah, that is very slow. And to answer chat, that is correct. To save them from Aga 1, we need a combo of a glove and hammer, or both gloves.
Or, yeah, or went to Meridia, to back up Meridia, and flippers. Because there's like the SM gate there.
MM's gonna take the half magic and take on Bomb Teresa. And out like a light. Oh, Gammachuu is in the drink. Not easy to get out of the water hazard there, unfortunately. MM taking a ship refill. Gamma having trouble here. Might have to rely on the game. Well, I was going to say rely on the gamer, but the gamer got away. I think you got to reset the room here.
Unfortunate for Gamma.
Yeah, the Yoshi's Island sprite. This cannot be easy. I'm not sure how he's doing. Oh, well, there's a nice find for the charge beam. Oh, this is just walling him here. He had no problems with this game one. Yeah, I would... Oh, he got it!
GG,
I would have been at the point of either reset the room or just come back later, because in an elimination game setting, I really wouldn't want to waste time on anything that could slow me down.
I think it took him like, what, a minute to get it? Maybe more?
Something like that, yeah.
Like, it's a lot of time, like, mostly because you're facing AM2 and you know, like, you'll get it first or second try. To make his way to wreck ship. He's going to go kill Fantine.
Ooh, speed booster. That is a huge pickup there, because now can potentially do all of wreck ship, whether it's in logic or not. Well, I mean, he can, so he probably will.
I'm going to say it's make the sky missiles easier to get, but yeah, speed jump.
Yes and no to answer, chat. As wreck ship's still out of logic because what puts it all in logic? Is it high jump? Is it ice beam? Is it morph bombs? Phantoon is definitely a tougher fight here without suits, as each fireball does 40 damage.
I think Gamma is going to follow MM2 in wreck ship. With like this equipment.
Two-cycled Phantoon, like the Space Ghost, was nothing. Very consistent, very clean, very well done. Picked up the Ridley boss token for that, so that's one of our 4 Super Metroid bosses in the books.
Yep, and it's so Phantoon is required this seed.
And even if Phantoon's a pendant, you may still have to do that fight just for something in wrecked ship, because that fight gates a lot of checks in this area. In fact, all but one of them. Nothing yet, and chat, I can relate because that's also a strat that I struggle with.
I'm just going to save here.
When you don't have gravity as well as much energy, if you're gonna be going for wrecked ship E-Tank, that is the way to go about it. Not just for the save scumming, but because Spiky Room of Death can take you out like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I always save. Like, I could have all the thing, like all the suit. I always save.
Couple of missiles missed on that red door opening. And alright, I'm here, wrecked ship E-Tank. Well, we got supers. Some of you might have considered that, but looking for hard progression, no.
I think he considered it for 1 second. But like, there's a bunch of other supers you can find, like, and those one, like, going back is kind of slow, and you might die as well. Nicely done for with speed.
Another strat that I haven't thought of. Shine sparking in the room to clear out the rest of the left side. We're now into Gammachoo's Fantoon fight while checks attic, and that looks to be a piece of art, and it is. And a very quick missiles in the sky from That was super fast. MM goes bowling. Gamma is looking to finish Fantoon off on this cycle. Now, I can't be the only one who's noticed this about Fantoon, is that when its eyes close on that initial cycle, it seems to sometimes close the eye faster than others. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gamma did pick up speed.
He pick up speed. I don't think he'll let it there.
Just arrows at the reserve tank spot. Now just one more check to make, and that's gravity suit. And the item here is just missiles. So, nothing real value at wrecked ship. Just a boss that you have to beat.
There was speed.
Oh yeah, speed, but that was it. I was talking post-Fantoon. Post-Fantoon, wrecked ship didn't have a whole heck of a lot.
I mean, there was also our second pack of supers, which is like, you know, good. Like mostly early on. But like if we're speaking late game, then yeah, no, we don't. There was only speed.
Chat pointing out correctly that Waterway, Main Street could be required. We can do Waterway without gravity. It requires a one-tap short charge. Actually, we do have Death Mountain access once we get to Upper Norfair. And MM appears to be heading in that direction.
He's doing it all with tower too, like probably Craid. Item boots. Grabbing those supers.
Yeah, mirror to Hera once you're on Death Mountain makes a lot of sense because you have the means of finishing the dungeon and you're there, you might as well. Plus it's a pen, plus it's a crystal, so you have to do it anyway, so you might as well.
And you can also take a peek to Eastern Tablet as well, since you have the book.
And that could be something important. I mean, taking a peek at it when you don't have Master Sword is actually faster than just getting the item if you don't have Master Sword, if it's a junk item. But if it's required, then you're better off getting it blind. MM, what do you do? Does MM, oh wait, Crystal, oh wait, Space Jump, never mind, Seed Bleed.
It's alright, it happens.
Oh, that Waver just blocked him, that was rude.
To be fair, what is lucky for him, like, even if he dies here, like, it's not that bad. Because, like, he saved after Fantoon. So, like, he won't be missing that much. Since there was, like, nothing in Wreck Ships, there was some supers in Red Tower, and that's it.
Yeah, supers, I'd certainly pick those up.
Yeah, but, like, if he dies, like, yeah, I don't think he'll make a detour to grab those that were behind Bulling, for example.
Yeah, if you take a death, you're gonna know that none of that's needed, so you're just like, ah, to heck with it.
Yeah, you might grab those that were in Red Tower because, like, it's kind of free-ish. But, like, you don't go back up Wreck Ship.
Very nice movement as MM approaches Spazer. And Gamma picking up some supers. Awful lot of missiles this seed, I've noticed.
Like 70 and 75. That's a lot.
Yeah, I know, right?
And also 25 power bombs is a lot.
I mean, in a worst case scenario, all our runners have to do is Crystal Flash to get their health back.
Yep.
But we're nowhere, well, we're not quite there yet.
And we seen from MM2 side that Meridia is a 5/6 crystal.
So Eastern and Meridia for our 5/6 crystals. That, considering we already have Mirror, I know we haven't found a glove yet, but one of the more obscure ways you can have Aga 1 being required in a Zelda 3 or SMZ3 is if the hammer winds up at Pyramid Fairy, or an item that logically blocks the hammer is at Pyramid Fairy.
Yes.
Nice Craid quick kill out of MM.
And it was a crystal? Or no more crystal?
Yep, it was a crystal, so definitely, absolutely required. Whether it was a crystal pendant or boss token doesn't matter because that's a hook shot.
That gives us a lot more to do in the mountain.
Yeah, we just got East Death Mountain access for that. That's 8 checks right there, plus you see a 9th.
And it also makes Era faster. Since you can Aeropod.
No, not just Harapot, you can also hook shot across gaps you wouldn't be able to otherwise.
Also.
So to answer chat, I do believe SMZ3 normal logic still gives logical access for Craid, even if you don't have high jump, even if you don't have can fly.
Yes.
I know that differs between Super Metroid randos, but that's just how they roll with SMZ3. Gamma's at the Craid fight, and we're heading to Business Center. Nice job using the quick kill strat with just supers on Gamma's end. Hookshot for Gamma, a red shield faded by MM.
So there was nothing Crumble Tower.
Yeah, Crumble Tower was a progressive shield, so that is nothing that MM's gonna be picking up. Especially without Varia. But he gets a red shield anyway at Ice Beam. Game's got jokes.
Nice 3 shields within 2 minutes.
Yeah, 3 shields within only a handful of minutes. You know, it'd be nice to get like that in a handful of minutes. Swords.
No. Charge beam, plasma beam, wave beam. There we go.
Can we also just throw in X-ray scope just so we can microwave some bosses?
I mean, we could. I just don't know how to microwave bosses.
That is a boomerang at Croc Escape, but the health siren's going off for MM. And a fire rod. Our runner's doing a high 5 at the high jump boot location. Pretty cool, really.
Yep. They did a high 5 into door transition. We didn't see it because, it wasn't a transition, but they did high 5.
First things first, the old man rescue, which is an item and a restart point in the light world. Definitely worth going for. Well, Gamma, on the other hand, is going directly up the mountain to Spectacle Rock and Tower of Hero. You have power bombs up top, missiles inside. More missiles! What a surprise.
I don't think he'll grab those power bombs. Like, I think with 25, he has enough.
Oh, but that is a huge turn of events in MM2's favor. The old man had a Varia suit, which you're heading up an active volcano. That actually makes sense when you think about it.
I'm gonna say old man after. Just to be clear. He's just doing era since, like, he was higher up the mountain. But he's going to go down, he's going to get the Varia, and then he's going to go do Paradise Cave, Spiral Cave.
And there's X-Ray. Funny I mentioned... Oh, we've got a map check. We have tokens at Swampmire, pendants at Skull and TR, and the big keys in the basement.
So with that, we have all our pendant knowledge. So we know that Ridley is... it has to be a token.
Yeah, Pendant Skull's a bit of a mixed bag. It could still make you go in just to get something that's required. Gammachuu heading up to Moldorm. Now, we don't have any other way of speeding this up, so it's 6 hits, so our runners just have to be careful not to get pushed off.
Nice Ook speed aeropod from MM2. It was quick.
Although I suppose having Cape gives you a little extra defense to dodge a charging Moldorm. That was a compass. Did we see both items, or is the big key needed?
I don't think we see both items. But I might be wrong.
Chat pointing out that we do need the big key for an item in the big chest.
Yeah, so we'll get second time into big chest. Thank you, chat.
But Kim is not interested. He's going for the old man save, which is gonna work out pretty well for him because that's gonna get him the Varia suit. Still, orphaning that particular check could come back to haunt him if it's, say, a glove or a hammer.
I mean, a lot open. Like, it makes sense skipping era basement for the big chest. Like, I would skip it every day with that much open. Like, I think even MM2 is going to skip it.
And MM2 just soft-locked himself.
At least he doesn't waste that much time. Like, he wastes some time because, like, of course. But, like, it's like, what, 15 seconds at most? Like, it just gives Ganon more time to catch up after his, ceiling item. Like the space jump ground.
Yeah, after that slip. Now, Tharkus and chat just put it eloquently, hole in one. Well played. We have, in Paradox Cave, we got a pair of high jump boots. This is the big highlight so far. Master Sword. Ooh, we may need Aga after all, but we still have all of Upper Norfair to go through. So honestly, I think I'm still doing Upper Norfair at this point.
I'm doing Bubble Morton. I mean, even if we do Aga, like, we still don't have much to do. Like, it's still Pyramid and some checking pod.
And our item on the island is power bombs, so we're not going to be needing those. There do be a bottle in Spiral Cave, though. I don't think we saw a Sick Kid early in this seed, unlike the first one. So, that could be a play, but Gamma is heading towards Hyrule Castle.
I mean, everything in Hyrule Castle is in logic with the small kin sank. It's 6 items. Like, it's fairly quick. You have Master Sword, you have Mirror, you have a lamp. But I think MM2 is going to go to Bubble Mountain.
I mean, both checks have their merits at this point.
So which one will have progression that we need at this point?
I don't think MM can safely do Cathedral here. It's just 10 arrows anyway, so nothing of value was lost. That's a welcome sight for MM right now. Get him out of the danger zone.
it was a good eating, to be honest.
20 rupees in the cell. So nothing of value there. Now we get to see the back of Escape. Gravity suit picked up picked up in the area of Norfair Reserve.
That puts, I think, some Marijet check in logic. Don't it?
That puts all of Meridia in logic outside of Shaktul. Even Dragon's beatable right now.
And Plasma Beam. Because there's no way to kill the pirates.
Right. Ombos could be required later on, we shall see. I did not see what was at Dark Cross. Was that anything? Oh, chat's calling out glove. Was there a glove?
I don't think there was a glove. I think they were hoping for.
Oh, there was a glove at Dark Cross.
Oh, there was one. Okay.
That changes things because now Gamma can go into desert and finish the dungeon.
But it's a pendant, though.
2 checks, but it's green pendant, so that makes for a 3rd.
Yep. And it might be required if it's a pad seed, because like none of the players have checked pad. Nice ice beam.
There's our access to get space jump. That ice beam in the room before wave. Kinda gross logic was. But with that find, MM is now back in logic. Well, that in chat is correcting me that high jump was already access. Ice just solidifies it. Nice gate glitch by MM to skip having to go around the intended way to get to Crocomire, so it looks like MM is betting on Croc. So to answer chat, the only way you access Paradox Cave without hookshot is the combination of a hammer and a mirror. Both are runners taking on Crocomire right now. Dueling Crocs. Now I got dueling banjos, but it's Crocomire's playing the banjo. Oh, there's a hammer! Always bet on Croc, folks. That's why.
Now we have Dark Row access. Gamma will have Dark Row access. M2 still need to go to Dark Cross.
MM, I think he got the spike suit there, if I'm remembering that from game 1. Yep.
Nice spike suit.
Yeah, nice little time saved to get over to Crocomire power bombs. Unfortunately, just a pack of missiles.
With the billions they have so far.
At this point, it's more like the millions and millions of missiles picked up throughout this seed. $20 a grapple. Gamma checking cosine now, and I think MM's checking that on the way out. And it's $20 again. I mean, that energy tank comes at a good time for Gamma.
Yeah, and mostly it's during the game. Like, M2 has enough tank to finish the game. Like, I think he's he's good enough with like 4 tanks, now 5. But you're right there, like you grab it.
Yeah, you grab those when you need them, no doubt about it. Now, the unfortunate thing for Gamma is that without gravity, opting for, well, the developer intended way to get to Grapple Beam, and that is that Speed Booster assisted jump. Looks really cool, by the way.
And I'm just going to grab the blue boomerang that we saw earlier.
I mean, it certainly can come in handy, so not a bad thing to pick up.
It's mostly useful, like, that what if... It's mostly useful in GT for, like, to go to render room to hit the switch. But, like, it's always useful for stun price, but you have hookshot.
But hookshot doesn't stun everything. Hookshot will not stun a Gibdo. A boomerang will.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Same thing, it will stun an Inox, but boomerang will.
It looks like MM is choosing Meridia. I am okay with this, because the logic is pointing him in that direction. Maybe he finds a glove. Well, he gets a bottle at Main Street. Gamma going into Upper Norfair, this is a good call, because this will get him Gravity Suit.
It will give him Gravity Suit, then he'll probably add to Meridia as well. Nice, you think? In Marmot Turtle?
Yeah, I do believe I've seen that before somewhere, but not a situation where there was 2. Ah, well, I'm sure MM's not complaining because that sets him up nicely on health.
It also helped that they might be able to do stand-up as well, if they have enough E-tanks.
MM not interested in the heart container at Meridia Beach, while Gamma picks up the Gravity Suit. Nothing of value at the watering hole.
So Gamma's going to get his Dumbos out of here.
A good moonfall from MM.
So MM2 is going to get a look probably at Sandpits before going to look to Aqueducts. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, that's a ball for MM. Finishing and a flute. What a call for MM. Holy smokes.
That is our progression, for sure. Like the bow give us Eastern. The flute give us nothing yet. Just like good movement.
Which is always nice to be able to fast travel.
Oh yeah,
305 bombs. MM's gonna have to pick up those items again, unfortunately.
I mean, you might go look to left side pits first. Yeah, left side pits.
Yep, definitely a sand pit play.
Because if it's nothing, you can just reset, get both items. Kill, how does it call? The snake.
Take out Botwoon.
Butwoon, thank you.
Supers and a bomb upgrade. Nah. Not required. Gamma's leaving.
I mean, Gamma has dark roll access, to be fair.
Right. The play makes sense from that perspective, but he's definitely missing out on progression that could help him in Dark World. Like that bow means he's not going to be able to clear Palace of Darkness on the first visit.
And also, like, he won't be able to activate Flute on his way to Village of Outcasts as well.
I am going to agree with chat. In terms of who's in the lead, nah, I couldn't tell you. It's too close to call.
I think it depends if the other glove, like, is here. Like, if the other glove is here, I don't see MM2 getting the glove out of the Dark Cross soon.
At the same time, if the mitts are found on Gamma's side, it could be a bit before MM even gets to them, because he could still go through Ridley's hideout.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. But I mean, MM2 might just fake Flipper out of Meridia. Like, after the gate, so he's going to be in Dark Roll. And he will be able to clear out Pod and Eastern at the same time. Nice flippers. Well,
you said fake flippers, and now the real thing's shown up.
the flippers and two found are fake. Okay, I promise. Those are not the real one.
Oh, it's funny when the game pulls stuff like that.
So it might take a little while before I'm able to find those gloves in Dark Cross.
I mean, one way he could go about it is when he finishes Pod and Eastern, he turns in Big Bomb, and then goes for it at that point in time.
Yeah, but like, he'll do his all Dark Roll loop before then. But I agree, like, he could combo Pyramid Fairy with Iroh Castle.
Getting a look into Thieves Town on Gamma's end. Early big key. Well, I mean, in terms of where it can be, that's early. And Craid is finished off with a flurry of ammo. And MM going for a spike suit. And I think he got it. Along with Crystal 5. The reward, for Dragon is missiles.
So nothing interesting. But Meridia had a lot of things. Bow, flippers, flute. Like, they're all nice items.
Yeah, this Meridia was absolutely loaded. And there's still 2 checks we can't even do. And as MM hits the reverse full halfy. He's exiting. So the way this seed played out is Botwoon's actually required.
Logically, it is required. And M2 will get escape out of Ice Sweat Cave now.
Yeah, from a timing perspective, this makes a lot of sense, and it's, in terms of routing, it's very optimized. And here goes MM swimming to get deeper into the Dark World.
might do catfish.
No, he
No, he's going
can't.
to
He
bond. He's
needs a
going to
glove for that, unfortunately.
Listen, I know you can glitch through there, probably without a glove. Is it legal? No. But there's always a way. But no, yeah, he's going to bud for sure, Buddy's turn.
Yeah, this is the play that makes sense on this. Oh, unfortunately, he hits a cursed rock out of the bush. Hate to see it.
Doing oboe first for 5 rupees.
Again, an optimized way of going about this. I like it. And as usual, Blind has jokes. Are they any good? I didn't say that. I just said Blind has jokes.
I don't think there was anything out of Thieves Town. Oh, I guess there was morph bombs in Thieves Town.
I mean, that'll help ease the burden off of just dropping power bombs everywhere, as well as cut back on the lag, so I guess there's that. So with that boss kill, we're even up on bosses, and our runners do have one unique boss kill that the other does not. For Gamma, it's Blind. For MM, it's Dragon. Dragon definitely had the goods in Meridia this time around.
And MM is about to have 2 more out of Polynesian. So he's going to be 6. He's going to have 6 while Gamma still have 4.
Chat calling out that pod is bow-locked. This is a major advantage for MM. And if there's any progression here, then that really pushes MM further towards the driver's seat.
And we're not missing much for go mode as well. Between both runners. Like, we're missing Mitz and Samaria and maybe a medallion. That's all we're missing.
Right. In terms of medallions, there's a 33 1/3 chance of us having the correct medallion for Misery Mire.
Yep.
And thankfully, we can leave it at that because we don't have to worry about Turtle Rock unless it's the wrong medallion for Misery Mire, but the right medallion for Turtle Rock, in which case you're looking at about a 8 1/3 chance. I don't know. The Steiner math doesn't add up here.
I'm not doing math to the possibilities of Bumbo's a good medallion or not.
I mean, you're in the area, checking the Bombos tablet makes sense. Heart container may not be what Gamma was looking for, but it'll help.
You're not saying no to a heart container, even though it's not what you're looking for.
Yeah, especially on Green Mail.
Yep. Especially
And
with
especially...
only 6
Excuse me. And especially for those of us who played Zelda 1 Randomizer, where health really helps. Getting our first look at Hype Cave here. Oh, hi, Silvers. Two heart containers, 2 missile packs. The real hype point was the silver arrows, let's be real. Big key for MM. And with that large key, we know that there's something at Harmless Hellway.
Yep. We know it's on a small key though. Could still be a map and a compass. I don't think you find both.
What was something because it's Cane of Samaria?
So that would possibly mid go mode. At this point.
Right now could possibly be a double glove go mode for MM. That would be wild.
I mean, technically, like, he's probably hoping that you need bumbos for Meyer. Because if it is, then he is in both glove go modes.
Well, I know why MM didn't do Catfish, couldn't get there. As for Gamma, good question.
I mean, he might do King's Tomb, Graveyard Ledge, then Catfish into Fake Flipper to Meridia, maybe. But I might be wrong. I still don't think he's checked Bumper Cave. Although he has a cave.
I don't think either runner had the money for Zora at the time they could go there. That's a red boomerang.
They did not have the money for Zora when they get there, and M2 never went to Zoraria. He saved he quit out of minimum cave because he didn't have bombs at the time.
That's right. So that misfortunate event at the time did turn into some optimal routing for MM, as he was able to mirror after leaving Meridia to pick it up. Gamma's going for a move that the first time I saw it was an inverted race. A kern jump, he hits it. There's no way that's in logic. And anytime a runner hits it, is impressive. That is a fake flipper state, and that will allow Gamma to get to Meridia.
And you'll get like the boat, the flippers, the flute. No!
But that's the risk right there, getting bombed.
Well...
Because if you get hit in that state in SMZ3, you just die right there on the spot, and the game ignores if you have a fairy. Stupers on the boss, and that is a crystal for MM.
Then he's going back for it.
Or he could be going for Catfish.
Yeah, I think he'll be going for... I mean, he might go to Catfish, but... I don't see Gamma going for Catfish.
No, I found a spot to fake flipper on the east side. Unfortunately, he set off a B-bomb when he hit the tree. This time, the enemy RNG behaved and Gamma was able to get out of the water.
He will get all to go south of Meridia. But that glowing Dark Cross, like, is very an advantage for Gamma, although he's a bit late in dungeon count.
Map Chest had the big key in Eastern, so that is of benefit to MM. And Gamma turning off the Ice Beam for this enemy farm, which honestly makes sense because the enemies will die faster.
Yep.
That was a very quick stall force room for MM.
So far, not much in Eastern. Like, we haven't found, like, I think we only find some missiles, and that's it. Well, Gamma is going to find his real flippers. Nice heart refill from MM2.
Yep, that's one reason why to pick up pieces of heart. Sometimes you can get a very helpful heart refill. And chat pointing out that Gamma's going to need Aqueduct 100% absolute with both items that are there.
Nice dragon fight from Gamma.
Absolutely. Great strat to use a power bomb to disperse most of the goo, get into a position where the goo couldn't cause any problems, and then just use supers to batter the shrimp. Smooth strat against the Armos by MM2.
Nice quick kill. So MM2 is 2 crystals, 1 crystal ahead of Gamma.
But more importantly, having both of the red crystals.
Yep. I mean, MM2 can still do Thief's Town and Swamp right now. Gamma will soon be able to do Eastern and Pod. And he can now do Swamp since he has flippers.
MM having to walk out of here is a bit unfortunate, but depending on what's at the Pyramid Fairy, could very well be worth it. And if he mirrors and goes through the castle, he'll get what he needs in terms of glove.
Like, Pyramid Ledge was nothing, as we saw from Gamma's side. Gamma finding the bow, and then he'll find the flute. He might save out here and then do both sandpits. He might look at the waterway, watering hole and beach missiles.
Gamma having a bit of trouble getting out of the sand, but then sees it's nothing of value and resets. Yeah, chat. The way that custom sprites have been added to this randomizer over the past several years have been a real treat to see which ones come in and how well they are.
Yep.
Because a lot of these custom sprites in both games are very well done.
And some sprites are also funny to see. For instance, there's the McDonald's sprite out of SM. Which I find funny, honestly.
And yeah, absolutely. On the SM side, the amount of variations that have to be made, yeah, it gets kind of silly how many are needed, but it's also really well done as the flute gets activated.
I feel like M2 is setting up for a fake powder here, like with the lamp.
I think so
yeah.
too. Now there is a way to optimize that cutscene, and to optimize it, what you would do is play the ocarina on the left side of the screen, which actually gets the duck off the screen just a little bit faster.
It will be funny if the other glove is here, like in the previous game. A magic bat.
Oh my goodness. It would mean the powder would have to be available somewhere.
Yep.
Not this time, just 3 bombs.
You might do a quick mushroom turn-in check with flute. And then flip back to the 3 to continue in dark roll. Or never mind. And Gamma's getting Bofi tank here. They're kind of free, so I see that.
Gamma sees Main Street, isn't gonna go, not gonna go for it.
Oh, it's their second bottle, so I see going for it.
Yeah, if it's your first bottle, I could totally see going for it, no doubt about it, but if you already have one, nah, don't need to.
Yeah, it's slow, and like it might not be required.
Gamma exiting to A Link to the Past now.
Yeah. So now I can see Gamma's going for Poly's now. Activating the flute first, but then going for Poly's turn.
Gamma about ready to activate their his ocarina. I'm getting my Zelda games mixed up, folks.
I didn't notice that Gamma didn't do Bottle Vendor the first time.
Neither did I, to be honest. But you'll be able to see what I was talking about earlier, because the duck's going to be off the screen sooner in the animation, which will allow Gamma to get going a little bit faster.
Remembering doesn't have a glove, so yeah, has to kill all the enemies in that room.
Yeah, the glove that Gamma has that MM does not is definitely coming into play here, because Gamma was able to get back faster. And because of not having a glove, it is actually faster to mirror back to the dungeon entrance than going all the way around again. Let's see how MM handles the blind fight. It's a fight that's on a script, so if your movement's the same each time, you'll get consistent results.
M2 needs to be a bit
Dang
careful.
it, the double beeping strat? Ay. I go quarter beeping for a reason. That's at the pace of Zelda 1 for beeping, for crying out loud.
I normally do half speed, I think. Like double beep is too much.
Yeah, like I said, doubles at the tempo of the Zelda 1 beeping. So, yeah. That's why I'm not a fan. Now, we're at the moment in the seed where we are overlapping checks, and it's a very fast dig game, 5 digs and out. Is where
Go ahead.
is where I'd like to say, please give our runners a follow. They're putting on a heck of a show for us, and we got more show to come. As if Gamma were to win this race, will have a game 3 right after, I assume.
Yes. Maybe with a small break between game 2 and game 3. A bit like the same break as between game 1 and game 2. But other than that, yes, they're going straight for game 3 if Gamma wins.
Absolutely, and also feel free to give myself, my commentator, and our tracker a follow if you all feel so inclined. Also, that dig spot was an E-tank.
So, not useful. So, like, it's not too bad that Gamma skipped the shovel. So I think M2 is gonna do IPK, probably Bumbo's tablet into Swamp before Big Red Bomb. And Gamma get this kind of some Marias. I'm guessing mid's go mode. He might be either a Quake from Meyer.
Pipe cave done for MM. Got the silvers, got the missiles, got the health. And MM is indeed gonna go for Bombos. Chat has a good analysis, and they're very succinct in what they have posted, as MM is probably thinking that without a glove, it would be too long to get back to this, so it's better to get it all out of the way now. There's also a fun little trick you can do while pulling that lever, is that while in the animation of pulling it, you can while holding back, quickly release A and proceed to press and hold it again. A dash animation will start. You can actually do a rather quick dash out of there. It's like a very small, minute time save, but sometimes in these races, the optimization is what you need to win, because sometimes in these races, every second can matter.
Nice
there's something we did not see at all in the previous game, the tempered sword.
Well, we did see 2 sword in Swamp.
Will we see another 2-sword swamp like the last game? because that would just be disgusting. Also, with silvers, Phase 2 Helmasaur King is no laughing matter. Oh yeah, that is the new Specky clip that's been found within, I want to say, the past year or so. I'll admit I'm not as much into the Zelda 3 side. But that is a very wild skip, and it's actually pretty cool.
It's been almost 2 years. Like, it wasn't last summer, it was the summer previous to that. So it's almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years, okay.
Yeah. It's fairly new, like I think it's one of the newest tricks that it was found. But it's not as new, like it's not like, it wasn't found like last month, for instance.
No, absolutely not. It's just a bomb to set up. Now this you do need Cane for. Diver down.
Yeah, you only need bomb and noob shot, and that's it.
Okay, with that health refill, I thought the game was gonna troll MM and force him into a swimming state. That would have just been diabolical. Oh, and that map and compass means we have something on left side swamp again.
Yeah, so I'm just going to about a swamp in advance on Gamma.
Now look at how quick this is going. Like, those puffs are going, like, so fast, and then the NMG style kill of Argus. It's a glove! That is a glove! MM is in there like swimwear right now!
I mean, I was talking earlier about the other glove being bad, but like M2 doesn't have that much left. Like he might still do front of escape after a big red bomb here.
I mean, he has to do that because that's where the mitts are for him. For Gamma, his mitts are on Argus. Oh, the joys of a progressive glove, folks.
But he might go to Lower Norfair first, since he needs to get Ridley anyway, and he can go look at what he needs for Meyer as well. Since like Ridley is required. So we might be in no mode here. I think Gamma will go swamp after, and he might bail on left side swamp here. Because like he might go look straight to what he needs for Meyer. To see if he need Eater or Quake to finish the game.
Yeah, Silvers definitely makes dealing with Armos and a number of other fights easier in this game. And if there's a medallion here and it's required, then that could really be huge.
Oh yeah. I totally agree.
Gamma's making the play for Swamp. This is the play that will net him the mitts. He just doesn't know it yet.
Yep, and a sword.
Capacity upgrade for bombs. And the big key in its vanilla spot, so MM has one more check to make. And it's just one of the Greg twins as Gamma picks up the Tempered Sword. I mean, I've heard of rage bombing chests before, but rage bombing a dungeon? That's a new one.
I think he tried to speed out of here.
Whether he intended on that or not, that was funny. Okay, this is a big moment of truth for this race. If MM mirrors and checks back of escape here after Big Bomb, I feel it's his race to lose.
Maybe not. Like, if he does that, it will be fairly close.
Yeah, it'll be super close, but, well, we'll see how it plays out.
Because I don't see Gamma doing left side swamp after mids. Like, knowing he might miss Quaker either. For Meyer, but like, I wouldn't do left side swamp. I don't think he will. Knowing that he might be in go mode.
An ice rod when Turtle Rock is a pendant. Game has jokes. It looks like MM's going for it.
Nope.
Oh, but he's going in the front way first.
Oh no, he's doing Uncle, yeah. I was like, nope, he's going. I was like, Mushrooms, like, he has Flute, like, that's slow. And yeah, he's going for Uncle.
Nah,
So
he never did Uncle, so this makes sense.
Yep. It's going to be close if Myers bumbos. It's going to be an execution battle at this point.
And for A Link to the Past execution, it's very close. SM execution, I think MM has a bit of an edge, but I could be wrong.
Link to the Past wise, Gamma has an advantage and SM it's MM2. But like I think in Link to the Past, like Gamma has a slight advantage. Then in SM, like MM2 has a bigger advantage.
There's the mitts for Gamma.
He's keeping left side swamp. He's going to check what we need for Meyer here. See if he's in Gomer or not.
Big moment for this race coming up.
And do we need Quake? So we
Not
still need
quite
Quake for
yet.
Gomer. I mean, Quake might be here. Like, it's normal like Quake to be close to Meyer, like normally in Link to the Past. But like at this point, you have like Lower Norfair, you have Ice Palace that you can look.
I mean, you're right here for Desert Palace, and with Book, you could have gotten here way earlier, so...
No, I think you're skipping Desert. It's pendant. You better do tokens crystals first, then pendants. Because like going back to Desert is fast.
We also never saw a Gina either, so... Oh, chat calling Quake on Catfish being gross, considering our runners couldn't get there until late.
Gammachuu.
That would be gross. Excuse, I was about to say, did the chest move toward him or something there? Or did I see that wrong?
And it could also be Arabic chest, as Chad is pointing out. Nice sword.
Gold sword for turning in the mushroom. Yes, please. And sorry, MM, you're not going to be getting in that easily today.
Nope. So now it's the race of who's fighting Quake first. Like Quake could be nice, it could be in Lower Norfair, it could be in Pendant TR. It could be on the mountain, like it could be anywhere.
Nice boomerang strat there by Gamma to get that small key quickly. And I do think might be making a run to Lower North there.
I mean, you're right here. I can see that. It's about, what, 12 checks-ish? Maybe less?
There's the Ice Palace big key.
So we found our first item in ice. It was a single arrow.
We are converging into Ice Palace.
I mean, it makes sense. It's a quick dungeon. And then if it's there, you do Myron to Ridley.
The only real difference between our runners here is that MM hasn't picked up Gold Sword yet, Gamma has.
And Gamma have done back of escape and M2 did not. Because he didn't grab the small key out at the first guard. So I think we're still missing an item out of ice. If I'm not mistaken.
Which means that item would be on Cold Stare at this point. And based off the magic situation, I think Gammachoo's gonna have to use Bombos for the first phase.
We can Fire Rod dupe with the beams he has. Which was nicely done.
Just like that.
Yep, and it was a nice quick fight from Gammachuu. For either the wrong one.
The wrong one, but that could still come into play if that's needed for Turtle Rock and it's required.
Now I'm kind of seeing him doing a relay here. Or he might go to Dog Death Mountain, I guess. Since
The
it's
play
like
makes
quick shot.
sense.
And also, like, you look if TR, like, if TR is Quake, then you know it's not a Pitsy, you know it's not in TR. But I don't think he'll dip TR here. If it's Bumbos or Ether. The ice one was in Pyramid Fairy chat.
Yeah, and Gamma hasn't gone that way. However, chat just did point something out to us that GT can be doable at this point, and, well, that could be an answer. Or it could be just clear it, get it out of the way.
I mean, Quake will not be in GT, but... because GT is logically logged by all 7 crystals and the 4 tokens.
Ooh, MM, you just about gave me a heart attack right there.
Yep, and it's Bumbos with TR. So Quake can be about anywhere but in Mire. And GT.
Blue
And
mail,
finally,
finally some defense.
Gamma, you could have done GT here.
Feel like should have done GT there, but that's just me.
I mean, at the same time, like, it's easy to forget that you have all 7 crystals. No, but you can still open GT. Like, GT open up with 7 crystals. But logically, like, the Quake cannot be there because technically, like, logically you need 4 tokens.
Now, here's something we haven't seen from both runners. That's an energy tank on Gamma's side. We're looking at King Zora as well. It's King Zora! MM's in go mode!
It's a bad location for Gamma for the Quake.
That's just a bad location in general, considering the money problems this seed started with. Because this time, King Zora held the goods but wanted to get paid. He committed extortion up in here. Gamma is opting to farm here. I like the strategy to farm supers. Oh, Gammachuu shine sparked the wrong way. Is gonna have to do this from a slower way.
And M2 is going to start with GT. He might still be looking for Plasma, because Plasma could be in GT, which will be
Screw
a quite
attack could be in GT as well, so chat, be quick. What chest? What chest?
I will say 13.
I'm gonna roll it back to 8. The last one was late. Let's make this one early. It was number 2!
Nobody guessed that. I
But
guess
then
it
again,
one.
Hope Room can usually has a small key, if anything. A big key? Hello.
Gamma is looking for Quake. Chat. On Zora. And now we're going to see an easier GT climb for M2 since he has Tempered and not Master Sword.
Yeah, the difference between Master and Tempered is quite glaring.
Yeah.
Not nearly more glaring, I'd say, than Tempered and Gold Sword, but still still quite glaring.
It also makes the Ganon's fight faster by a lot. Since you only have to like do 12 slashes instead of 12 spin.
that many spins, I can picture Link getting very dizzy very fast.
Yep. Imagine in also Silverless, it's 52 spins in total for the fight.
Yeah, it's not a fun time, believe me, folks. Ridley fight for Gamma. And Ridley is down for Gammachuu.
I mean, Gamma might still find some quality of life here, like Plasma for Motherbrain. That M2 will probably won't have if it's here, for instance.
Errors, nothing of value there.
Nope. Yeah, MM2 setting up a fake powder to regain some health here. It is not a strat that we see often, but you will get a refill of magic right here.
And he also got a refill of health for Super Metroid on top of it. Is he gonna... Nope, he's not gonna hover Moldworm this time. Instead, he's gonna go 1 slash, 1 spin, and win.
And not even grabbing that chest.
He might be feeling behind here.
I mean, maybe, but like Zora's a bad spot for Quake.
Especially... Oh, this is a free triple. Oh, went wide, short and wide left. Still gets the triple-double, though. And as Gammachuu is making his escape out of Lower Norfair, MM is about to drop into the Ganon fight.
Yep. But M2 still has Maya to do Lower Norfair and Ridley and Motherbrain. While Gamma still needs to find his Quake out of Zora to Maya and GT.
Going through the Three Musketeers without Screw Attack is always a scary proposition. Don't really need Torch Glitch at this point, but he does get an opening double. And a double to finish. Down goes Ganon. We got Bacon. That's 1G for MM.
Yep, G for MM2. Yeah, so now he's going to beat Meyer into Relay into Motherbrain.
From a routing standpoint, it all makes sense. But right now, the clock is ticking for Gamma. Needs to go to King Zora right now in order to have a chance.
I don't think he will. I mean, he might do Pyramid Fairy Catfish into Zora at this point. And it will be a close race if it does. But I think MM2 is a bit in advance out here. And Gemma's doing a bomb dupe here. And well done. I don't think he'll be happy to find the ice rod here. And we have a nice and quick big key out of Meyer for MM2.
In fact, both seeds were a god, Meyer.
Yep. All things considered, this was a quick seed. Like 151, and then like only Vitreous done like needed in Relay and Motherbrain. Like it's gonna be like what? At 2 something? If I'm not mistaken.
It's gonna be very fast, no doubt about it, as MM missing spooky action here. But he gets it that time.
And Gamma will probably get his Quake here after Catfish.
And he might just throw something at King Zora afterwards. I know I would. Because honestly, at the time, our runners just did not have the money. It's just MM got back there first.
Still fairly close. But I do still think that M2 is ahead.
Down goes Vitreous.
Yeah, MM2 is ahead because like they both have Motherbrain to do, and Gib has Meyer and GT to do, and MM2 is going to Lower Norfair.
MM gonna make a quick stop for some supers here. Dropping a power bomb makes that super easy. Nice shine, Spark. Nice job getting up and over the Space Pirate there. Everything hits hard in Lower Norfair, by the way. I think it's about 50 damage per hit, even at full suit, from both the Gold Pirates and the Red Key Hunters. So, yeah, they hurt.
What is Key Hunter? I don't know, like, the enemies. Like those one?
Yeah, that one, the Red Key Hunter, yeah.
Okay. Now I know the names. Thank you. So Gemma is on his way to kill Vitreous, while MMT is on his way to kill Ridley.
Wow, nice shot. Nice speed booster keep through the room there.
Nicely done. GG's.
Now here's MM's Ridley fight. It impresses me to see how well MM has downed the Ridley fight in terms of how to manipulate Ridley's movement and executing the boss kill. Very well done.
It is a hard fight to do, to be honest.
It's a hard fight to optimize as well. The fact that he was able to optimize it that quickly is truly impressive.
And Gamma is on his way to Ganon's tower. Well, MM2 is on his way to Mother Brain. Like,
MM missed the shine spark on the gold pirate on the way out. Not that it was of any consequence, but it would have been nice ammo to have for Mother Brain.
I mean, it might refill to the ship, maybe.
I know, I certainly would. 40 supers is a bit short, and Charge Ice is far from an ideal beam combo, but it's still very doable for MM.
It is doable, but like, I think you refill at this point. Like, I think you play safe because like you're on one game. Like you will be bad losing because you didn't have enough ammo to kill Mother Brain, or like you may just the fight very slow.
And we're about to see a reverse amphitheater out of MM. This is dangerous and requires at least 4 extra E-tanks. But MM gets out so fast it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, while Gamma's going to open GT, Gamma is known to do the DM strat. So you get the torch and DM room first. Well, never mind, I'm lying. He's doing Open first.
Well, I was gonna say, if he does go Dark Magician, the one thing that could actually speed this up would be Plasma Beam.
Yep.
But that's not the case here. And MM hitting a green gate glitch, opting to instead exit by way of the Mire portal, save his game that way.
Yeah, so Gamma is about the GT climb behind in a Ganon fight. So about, I'm gonna say 5-ish minutes, 6 minutes.
Yeah, with how quick MM executed that green gate glitch, well, let's just say his execution in Super Metroid is amongst the top out of everybody in the field. And there are some great runners with great execution that were in this tournament. MM just happens to be cream of the crop level. Because, I mean, it is as the Macho Man Randy Savage will say, the cream of the crop rises to the top. Ooh, yeah! Again, unfortunately, getting trolled by the third room and Gauntlet. That room's movement can be really mean sometimes.
But one is worse with the Stelphos. But I agree, like the third one can also be mean.
Here we go. We're sub 2 hours in the what could be the final race of the tournament, and MM2 is entering Turian.
Yeah, it's MM2's race to lose at this point.
Gets the Metroid off and takes him down. Nicely done. Yeah, this is a really cool Samus sprite. Trying to place where it's from, but drawing a blank.
I know he told me, but I forgot where it's from.
I'm thinking it might be the Metroid Prime games. Yeah, chat's got this. Chat's on the same wavelength as me. Speaking of, I hope Metroid Prime 4 is awesome. Just saying. With this gear, we could potentially see a Zeb skip. Personally, I'd love to see it. Won't be easy without wave, and he got caught.
At least he tries. That's what matters.
Yeah, A+ for effort. Just sometimes it doesn't work out. Oh, and what MM2 skipped was 3 bombs.
Boo.
Seemed like a fairly... Wow, what the heck is that pattern? And damn, it still gets a triple out of it. Wow.
Nicely done.
Oh, and he had the setup for a double triple, but he shanked the last shot wide right, and then he gets a blue ball? Rude.
I love SM because all, like, bosses' RNG is different.
Nicely executed Zeb skip. Done without wave, it's hard, and Andy explained it to me, by the way, is that while crouching, you're holding L and R to force the shot in. That's how MM was able to set up the Zeb skip there without wave beam, but here's phase 2. Opening with missiles, I like this strat. Gamma is on Ganon, by the way. So much faster fight with Gold Sword, by the way, because it's like half the number of hits per phase. Actually, no, it's 7. MM's made the switch. And MM is tasting the rainbow.
Oh, Gamma shooting the arrows. A nice triple for Gamma. Oh, nicely done for the Ganon fight.
Very nicely done, a G for Gammachuu. Meanwhile, it looks like... Is MM really about to do a stand-up with Charge Ice? I mean, he is, so... I don't know how much time this is going to save in terms of shots, but this is still impressive.
And Gamma is making his way to Turian. But that won't be enough because like MT is going to be done like in 2 minutes-ish.
And now here comes the escape sequence. This is MM's Race to Lose.
And I don't think M2 will save the animals, to be honest.
Although Gammon had to turn on the ice beam again. I will say this tournament has been a lot of fun. I may not have made brackets, but I got to race a number of great individuals, including some folks that I personally love having a race against regardless of the community. So honestly, that to me was a win, as well as being able to call the final race as well. It just happened to work out that way. Anyway, folks, get your GGs in chat for your winner and SMZ3 2025 champion mm2nescartridge, who clocks in with an official time of 2 hours, 6 minutes, 30 seconds.
GG to him. It was a nice race. From both runners, like both races were nice to watch. Like,
Absolutely. Yeah. Gamma has thrown in the white flag and called it a race. Very great tournament run from Gamma to make it all the way to the finals.
Yep.
Big ups to both runners. And we are joined. GG's, MM. Congratulations. Yo. What a seed.
What a mess. I don't know. That was pretty good. Did Gamma beat me to Quake?
Yes. No.
No. You got to Quake first. In fact, you both didn't have money the first time through to King Zora. You just happened to get there first.
Nice. Yeah, I think what might have saved me this seed was not having bombs after Mini Moldrum Cave, because my Mini Moldrum Cave was a disaster. So I safe cut out of there because I can't do Ice Rock Cave, so I'm just gonna abort this route now and hope that I can like do Ice Rock Cave with Back of Meridia with a mirror, or like do the other things at other convenient times, like a flute or something. And then all of those things got to happen, and then I got to profit with Zora being the answer. It's pretty cool.
And GG's to Gamma. GG's.
Yeah.
GG's Gamma.
GG's MM2. I played like shit. I'm sorry. I played like garbage. I don't deserve to win any of these.
Such is the game. I played pretty bad in game 1 when we were swordless for 3 business days. It was great.
I was okay with that. I was hoping.
I'm sure you were fine.
I was hoping a bit more Zelda. The second one was just very brutal for me. My Phantom was garbage. Getting the ceiling item, I used to get it just fine, but I haven't done it in a while. I'm like, oh, this can't be so bad. And I'm like 3 minutes trying to get that item. And I was so mega tilted since then. So I skipped a good portion of Wreck Ship. I skipped what else did I skip?
You skipped bowling.
I skipped bowling. I skipped the grab. What is it? The reserve? No, the E-tank. The E-tank item.
Yeah, the E-tank item.
Yeah, I skipped that. I had almost no health when I went down to Red Tower, and I skipped the X-ray.
Yeah,
so even though I had space jump, I had 64 HP or something. Like, I'm not gonna risk falling down and spiked and getting destroyed here.
It was only supers for X-ray.
Yeah, I did all of those. They were all nothing. I actually had pretty shambles X-ray because I tried to be slick, and I think I was trying to morph into a Fire Fleet and get iframes and go through the beginning faster, and then I hit a spike instead, and it was fantastic.
Yeah.
And then I still got through, didn't like die or anything, but I still had an extra hit. Like I was like on 70 something, but it was not fun.
Yeah. No, that's scary. Yeah, I mean, I also died getting back door Meridia. That was very tilting. So I went back there again. I'm like, I don't want to go through the front Meridia. I tried to, because I don't want to fight Bottoon. My Bottoon is.
What happened to you that didn't want to go through front Meridia?
What was that? No, I wanted to go through Meridia through the back door.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
And I died. Yeah, I died by the those bombers, and then I just went for it again.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
You
Did you kill? I got. Oh, you got the glove from Dark Cross. So, okay, so my first glove was Argus. It was great.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. So what I did all of Norfair for gravity, and then I did Croc for hammer. Then I went front to back Meridio because I had no glove, right? I had Pearl and hammer, and I'm like, okay, I've got Master Sword Lamp. This is probably an Agaseed, and I'm just gonna go and sequence break it doing Meridia. That was like a reasonable thing to do. Then I go through Meridia, get my bow, flute, flippers. Maybe something else I can't remember. I think
it was only those three. It was only those three.
Yeah. And then I get to the back, and then I just go and like a huge Darkwood loop, and I'm like, okay, I have one red crystal and Dragon. I can do the other one because I've got my bow, and I can do Pot of Eastern together with Mirror. So I do those two, but I'm like, okay, I feel fairly bad from doing ship for nothing. So I'm going to delay Hyrule Castle and Pyramid Fairy and do the rest of the Darkwood first, skipping Skull Woods. Just go around the north, do Thieves' Town without a glove, go down, do Swamp without a glove, get my first glove in Argus. And then I'm like, okay, this is pretty good. Then I go up, do Pyramid Fairy, do Front of Escape, get my mitts out of Dark Cross. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm in Go mode pending my medallion. Flute 6, See Quake, Be Sad, clear out the rest of my area, Sans Desert. Then I do Ice into Zora area and get my Go mode.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So you cleaned out everything, a good chunk of SM then, before you went into Zelda.
Yeah, because I did all of Bryn Loop and all of Ship, and then I went down to Tower, and I actually went into SM on like 16 health after Hell running Ice Crumble and then doing Croc Escape check, and I was just like, okay, surely I'll find an E-Tank. And then I find the Various suit in Paradox, and I'm still on 16 health. It's like, okay, I guess I'll just go back and not die. And then I didn't die.
Yeah, you didn't die, and also it was the old man that had the Various suit in the second seed.
Whoops. Yeah. Oh well, Seed Bleed. That's what I'm gonna blame it. I don't blame it on. Either way, it was on Death Mountain. It was like in that part of the world for me.
Yeah. And then you were lucky there was an E-Tank in Ribble North for like the first check you did.
Oh yeah, that was pretty sick. Otherwise, I don't know. If I had to do that again, I might do like speed first and farm up a bunch rather than do what I usually do, which is Norfair Reserve first. But just because so I can get the farm, because Norfair Reserve is usually fine, but if you get hit into the lava, then like it can just all be over really fast, and you're on like 50 health and Varia only. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I played like fairly solid in SM, and oh no, my Dragon fight was terrible this game. But everything else was like reasonable.
Did you get a one cycle?
No, I didn't have anything to do fun Dragon stuff with. I just had high jump speed and a dream, and it was not good.
Okay. At least I have that over you. I felt good about my fight. That was the only good one.
Yeah, did you have grapple or something to make it easier?
I never found grapple. I don't think I found grapple. No, I didn't. No. But I just did a speed chart. Speed charge, and just killed on the first cycle.
Nice. Yeah, I had a bad Dragon fight this game. I think every other boss. No, my Ridley in game 1 was bad. Every other boss fight was good though. I actually got the exact same Phantoon patterns in both games. I got left slow first round. I got slow both left side in both games. And I did both first round on screen, second round off screen in both games. Pretty sick.
Very nice. Don't look back at my Phantoon fights. Both of them were just equally bad. They were really
reasonable.
Terrible. I had how many three tanks going in the second fight. This one right here, and I did not feel comfortable. I was a little shaky. I just felt pretty bad generally. yeah, like I feel like I need to make gambles. I need to make skips. I need to cut corners because yeah, I just figured I was trailing you the whole time. Yeah, I try to stick to Zelda here, but there was not much for me to kind of work with. I do regret before going over there to doing Backdoor Meridia. I was right there next to Catfish. I'm like, no, I'm gonna skip Catfish again, like I did last seed. I could have mirrored and got in Quake, and I could have just been mid-go mode.
Oh man.
Yeah, but I mean, I chose to make that gamble. Like it is what it is. I just was feeling garbage, but you know, that's how it goes.
Yeah, I'm sure you have like other better things to do at that point with like all of Meridia available, and I'm sure all of that land as well. It's like,
yeah,
it is what it is.
I was eyeing that. Like I was delaying going through Meridia or what is it? Backdoor, going lower North Fair. See if I could maybe fetch more medallions in case. I think I had only Bombos at that point. Like, or maybe find Samaria as well because I didn't have Samaria. Because you know, going through lower North Fair through SM is just very slow if you don't have the mids to flute over there.
Yeah, I was not enthused by the idea of doing LN because, like, my Ridley, unlike the first North Fair trip, because my Ridley would have been fine probably, but I would have had to farm, and my GT would have been just like truly atrocious. So it would have just been a disaster. Like not disaster as in I'm dying. I have high jump speed, so I can do new route strats for pretty much everything, but it would have been slow. And I was like, I can just wait for flute mids. I have other things I can do with the gravity.
Yeah. One thing I did forget when I did do Dark Death Mountain, I completely forgot I could do GT right then and there.
Man.
Because I knew I had Meyer and I knew I had Ridley left, but I just assumed Ridley was a crystal. And as I'm doing Pyramid, was it Pyramid Fairy? Yeah, Pyramid Fairy, I realized, oh wait, that was a token as well. I could have just cleaned out GT and saved the mountain climb.
Oh,
but
man.
I was also eyeing TR. Like maybe I should just make the play. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah.
Cool ice rod, by the way.
Oh yeah, that was a sick ice rod.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, are we gonna do Pendant TR? And then Quake popped and it was fine.
Yeah.
Also, the Ethor and Cold Stare was epic.
Oh, nice fake out. Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. GG's Gamma. Excellent set. I'm glad we got the race. I'm going to now take off my participant hat. I'm going to put on my tournament organizer hat. First, any final words from all of y'all before I get into my tournament is over, let's do the tournament is over spiel.
GG's to you again. I was happy to even get this far. I feel like I've been slowly improving in SM, but I definitely still have a long ways to go. But overall, I had fun, and yeah, you definitely are deserving of this win. So GG's again to you, and thanks for everybody for putting this up and comms and all that such. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm really glad we could get the triple header to happen, and I'm also very glad that we got to have a full crew for all 3 games. So, also apologies to the game 3 crew who won't get to do a set, unfortunately. But yeah, okay. Comms, any last words before tournament is over? Spiel.
Well, all I want to say is thanks for the excellent race. Thanks for the tournament. I had a lot of fun playing this in Swiss, even though I somehow don't quite understand how 2 sub-3s PBs could wind up losing, but after seeing this final, yeah, I totally get it now. But still, this was a lot of fun to partake in, and I'm glad I was able to be a part of the ride. Will we do this again? I hope so.
It was a great tournament. It was great to track and come. I was at both races. I tracked one race and did come for the other race. So thank you to Jestro for taking my place to tracking this game. I really appreciate it. And yeah, that's about it.
All right. Okay. So first off, thanks to both Pichu and Leslie, and the Game 1 crew, James and Craid Gamer for commentating this set, and thanks to Jazzy and Aussie for being available to commentate for Game 3. Thanks to Pichu for tracking Game 1. Thanks to Jestro for tracking Game 2. And thanks to everybody who did commentary and tracking for the whole tournament. I'm very glad that we got to do this. This has been I've wanted to do like a solo SMZ3 tournament for a while now, but I've just been organizing other stuff, and I didn't want to organize too much stuff. So, but I feel like this was a good time to get the community together and play a bunch of SMZ3. And I think this format worked out pretty well. But yeah, thank you to everybody who played in the tournament. We had a bunch more participants than I was expecting. The other admins, Aussie and Solsky, will tell you that. I was like, I think it'd be nice if we get 32 and then we get 48. It's just fantastic. And thank you to everybody who commented and tracked. I think I already said that. Thank you to Kupo for organizing and managing the inertia side of things so that the tournament can be automated and seed can be generated, race streams can be generated. It's great. Just great to have that stuff from an admin point of view. Makes my life way easier, makes the participants' life slightly easier, but mostly me. And thank you to SpeedGaming for hosting us once again. And yeah, I think that's all. I don't have any future announcements for future of SMZ3 TM, but we'll have another tournament someday, I'm sure. And I'm sure maybe somebody's going to organize something for Quad. I have no clue. But thank you all for watching the SMZ3 Tournament 2025. We'll see you next mission.